begins.
Shadows rise, the dice are cast, legends forged in echoes past, steel and spell, the fates entwine, bound by oath and arcane sign.
Considering this like
the dice, the stars ignite, heroes rise to claim the night, blade and fire, storm and steel, stand together, fate is real. Through the dark, the path unknown, whispers call from ancient stone. Trials test the strong and wise. Will you fall or will you rise? Battle cries, the clash of war. Thunder cracks, one row, one more. Destiny calls, hear the sound. Stand your ground, don't back down. Roll the dice, the stars ignite. Heroes rise to claim the night. Victory or death untold. Dare you chase the tales of old? The adventure begins. The adventure begins.
Hey, there we are. All right.
What's going on?
There we go. Hopefully that can hear me now. Sorry, my mic was going wrong, so I don't know if anyone's watching the stream. Hopefully you can hear me now. I'm going to keep talking until it goes. There you go. Right, sorry about that. So welcome to the Nerdz D&D, or Nerdz D&D. We are here on this, what is it now, Friday night? It's all merging into one.
Saturday night.
Yeah.
Saturday
night.
Saturday morning.
I was like, God, I got shit. I'm late for work.
So panic over. It is Saturday night, Saturday afternoon, or in Butter's case, Saturday morning by the sounds of it. So we're from all around the world. We got a few from all around the US, and then Gribs, obviously round the corner from me in the UK. So yes, welcome. This is Echoes of Frostpeak, and we have very many campaigns and flagship campaigns and things going on in Nerdz D&D, so make sure to join, and the Discord links in the Twitch and things like that. So if you fancy a game or feel like you want to join in, we got a bit of Magic the Gathering going on as well, and all types of nerdiness, so if you fancy it, swing by. Okay, so for tonight we have, I'll go from left to right, so we have Gribs, who is playing Zix Kaboom? Clack boom, clack boom. That was it. And then we have Butterknife playing. I'm not gonna. You can introduce yourself, Butter. It's Boo something, isn't it?
Boo Woody.
That's it. Boo Wooding. I'm
Woody
gonna stick with
Fett.
Boo. And then we have Raymond playing Eli, or if you want to do the full name, Raymond.
Eli Ambrose.
There we go. And then we have Saduzi / J playing Kyra. So there we go. So welcome. We'll get started, and I will get my notes up. So apologies, there'll be a lot of flicking between screens and things. So I only have one screen, so apologies for that.
Oh, no worries.
Okay, welcome. This is Echoes of Frostpeak. So, we are set in the world of Thalanor. There is various things in Thalanor, and various players and characters and all that running around Thalanor. We, however, tonight are currently in the Spire Peaks mountain range in the north side of Thalanor. We are in the Frostpeak Highlands of the Spire Peaks, and so we set in and around the Frostpeak Mountain. So as the wind howls across the jagged peaks of the Frostpeak Highlands, carrying with it whispers of ancient stone and secrets buried beneath ice and time, snow falls in slow, heavy sheets, blanketing the world in silence, a silence broken only by the creak of wagon wheels, the crunch of boots in the frost, and the low hum of anticipation. Each of you has made your way to the village of Frostbellow, a rugged settlement nestled in the shadow of the mountains, where the stone meets the snow, and legends are carved deeper than the cold. You've answered a call, whether for coin, curiosity, duty, or something deeper. Whispers of the lost dwarven halls, strange lights in the night and darkness stirring beneath the earth have drawn you here. The Frozen Anvil's hearth glows warmly. The scent of fire, roasted meat, and frothy ale thick in the air, but beneath the laughter of miners and the clang of mugs are tension coils. The locals speak of tremors in the mountain, of missing scouts, of frost creeping where warmth once held strong. And somewhere beneath stone and snow, something waits. Welcome to the Frostpeak Highlands. Your story begins now. So, as you guys, you're walking, all of you, in separate occasions. You don't see anyone else. So you're all walking from different directions towards the village of Frostbellow. It's snowing quite heavily. There's a bit of a blizzard. And you can see some faint outlines of building throughout the through the mist and snow and falling snow and ice. And as you approach, you just see all the buildings seem to be shut or closed for the evening. Doors are closed. There's no light emanating from any of the other houses and buildings, but one. And that is the Frozen Anvil, the tavern of Frostbellow. So as you approach individually, you go up to open the door, and Zix, you are the first one in. And as you open the door, you see lots of hustle and bustle, and you see a lady standing at the bar. She's the tavern keeper, and she notices you straight away. A few faces turn round and notice you. Explain or describe what these people see.
Okay, so Zix is a very small goblin He is rather small indeed. He's quite a interesting character. He looks fairly haggard, if I'm honest. He wears a leather armor, light leather armor, which is absolutely haggard. Like it's basically rags sewn together. Not particularly someone that you'd see in such a setting, if I'm honest. Maybe more so of a hermit than anything else. But he has a backpack which is filled with vials. There's vials strapped to his backpack. There's vials around his waist, like casks, various different potions, poultices, everything you can imagine an alchemist maybe would doff. He has bright red goggles on his forehead, and he has a white Mohican. But yeah, very green, interesting fellow. Yeah, as Zix sort of opens the door and enters, as it's all snowy and blizzardy outside, he just sort of takes his goggles off, puts them on his forehead, takes a look around, and to be honest, he's just sniggering to himself, really. Just his sort of his neutral essence, really. I guess he sort of wanders over to the bar. Yeah, just takes his sort of waddles, kind of yeah, unassuming really at this point.
Unassuming. So you at the bar, you see a dwarven female bartender. She looks kind of warm-hearted. She's pouring tankards of ale and things like that. She notices you. She's got sort of fairly gingery, I would say, looking hair in braids. She's got an apron, as you'd imagine a bartender or bar owner to have, or tavern owner. Sleeves rolled up. She's quite stocky. She's got a little smile on her face. I would say she's around late 40s, if you like. In human years, I don't know what that is in in dwarven years, but she looks around that sort of age. So yeah, she goes, "Oh, hello. How are you, my dear? You coming in from the cold?"
I sure am. It's rather cold out there, and I thought I'd seek some refuge inside.
Well,
I'll have a pot of your finest gruel and maybe a flagon to wash it down with, please.
Well, if you go and sit in the corner, I'll be over with you in a jiffy.
I'll be right there. I'll be waiting.
He just wanders over, almost skipping at this point. If
So
I'm
he's
honest.
quite a happy-go-lucky kind of goblin.
Oh, he's very happy. He has no idea what he's doing at any one moment. So yeah, he's loving life at the moment. He's just chuffed. He puts both hands on a stool and sort of like bunny hops, like almost like frogs himself onto the stool, and he's just sort of sat there swinging his legs, pretty chuffed.
So as you're doing that, Boo, you're doing the same. So you are making your way towards this light emanating from this tavern, and obviously it's howling a bit and snowing, and you're sort of struggling to walk, and then you sort of kick open the door with as the wind takes it, and you shut it behind you, and you too see a dwarven, as I just described her, the dwarven bartender. At the front of the tavern, you see lots of hustle and bustle, plenty of you notice a lot of dwarves. There are some other species around, different characters, but mainly dwarves. And you see a happy-go-lucky looking goblin sat at the bar, swinging his legs like a happy little child would. So, what would you like to do? Would you like to approach, or stay clear, or go and speak to other people, or it's entirely up to you. The floor is yours.
So before you see a 4-foot rock gnome,
Min.
he has lava rock dark skin, has an afro, with a full beard.
Brilliant.
He carries a shield and it's probably about a 3-foot spear on his back. He's plated in armor, has a couple of daggers in his belt, and he looks around, eyeing his people around in the bar.
Yeah.
He has that weathered look on his face. You know, them old folks, they get, after they've seen a lot of things in life, they have that look in their eye. Well, he sees the goblin sitting at the bar. He heads over to the bar. He grabs a seat, turns his back towards the bar, and keeps an eye on the crowd around him. Eyes this goblin, and knocks on the bar for the barmaid.
Okay, so the barmaid sort of jumps down from a box she was stood on to lean over from one end of the bar. She jumps down and she sort of scurries over, goes, "Hello, my dear. And what have we got here? You look rather cold. Have you just come in from the snowdrift as well?"
Yeah, man. It's mighty chilly out there.
Well, you can warm yourself. I'm just I'm sorting this goblin out with some hearty stew. Would you like some too?
Anything to warm the gut. Anything.
Well, bear with me. Just 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, and I'll be with you. And you see her jump down, and she scurries off round the back. And
Yeah, man.
you can hear her shouting, 2 stews, please. Okay, so Eli, you're the same, slightly different direction, but similar approach. You see the tavern emanating a bit of a hum. You can just hear it over the howling wind, and you make it to the door. It's a bit of a struggle to pry it open against the wind. Your cheeks are a bit blushed from it, and you shut it, and it slams behind you as the wind pushes it shut. And there's a few people, again, you see the same sight as the other 2, and a few people turn round because the door slammed quite hard. A few people turn round from various tables and eye you up. So what do they see?
Eli stands approximately 6 feet 2 inches tall, dark hair, hazel, green flecks within some brown eyes, kind of a hazel looking eye. Standing in studded leather armor, has a short bow strapped across his back with a quiver of arrows. No discernible swords or anything. Stands and looks around, rubs his forearm, and when he rubs his forearm, you notice that there's a tattoo of a down pointing triangle with some mist swirling around it.
Mm-hmm.
Looks around. Is there an open table anywhere?
Yes, so to your left, the bar is straight in front of you. The bar, there is a lot of people and occupied tables to the right. It's quite busy because there's a lot of people sheltering. But there is one to your left, directly to your left in the corner, a little bit away from the bar. But it's a table. You do notice, however, there is a young-ish, probably in her 20s, I would say, dwarven barmaid that's running around delivering ales, tankards, and stews and broths and things. So as well as obviously the gruffer-looking older barmaid at the front.
Right. Okay. So his eyes, he looks up. His eyes sparkle just a little bit, and now that he's shaken off the cold, his attitude's gotten more, seems to be more cocksure of himself, and he says, "Over here in this table, I will be sitting. If anybody wants to join me in a game of chance, I will be available." And he walks over, and you see him with there's a slight limp in his walk, in his gait.
As you do that, a few people sort of take note of what you've said, and they hear you and they notice a bit of a limp, but they watch you go over to the table for now. And the sort of younger waitress does clock you, sort of waves at you, and then disappears, carrying on delivering the rest of the stews and ales.
I sit and just kind of observe.
Okay. Bear with me. Yeah. So, Kyra, you're the same. You come down from a slightly higher elevation, down into the village. You see more of the town from your slightly higher elevation. You notice a blacksmith, a what looks like to be a slightly bigger house than the rest, which is probably something like a village hall or something like that. But all of them are dark, no lights on. All look sort of closed for the evening. And you see the tavern and head on in. You walk across a small little bridge from the other side and into the tavern. Again, door slams behind you, which sort of everyone shakes again because there's now 4 people that have walked through that have the doors have slammed behind them. And again, you see the barmaid, you see a goblin and a rock gnome sat at the bar, swinging their feet because the bar stools are quite high. And again, everyone sort of does a quick glance, not too much, but a quick glance. What do they see?
Right. So they see a 6'2" tall, muscular red tiefling with jet black hair. Her horns curve back and kind of spike up a little bit at the end instead of curving in any other direction, very symmetrically. She's donned in this very heavy armor, splint armor. She's got this long trident hanging off her back, a heavy war axe hanging off her belt, and a hand axe strapped to her thigh. And her left hand is this massive steel shield with red, just painted a big slash across the front. And she has this crow, Raven, sitting on her shoulder that she realizes is still there. So she'll open the back door, kind of nod at it, and it takes flight before she closes it back up again. Shake off all the ice, brush it off.
Yeah.
Take off the trident and lean it against the side of the door and kind of give a mean glare to everybody, kind of a testing look. I dare you. And she'll just saunter up to the bar, drop her heavy weight, and then ask for a mug of ale.
So as you do, the normal dwarven bartender runs over. Oh, hello, my dear, and what can I do for you? You want warming up too? Not
Ale.
like that, obviously. We have stews, we have
Just
broths,
ale.
we have ales. Just ale. Okay.
Just ale.
And so he's looking a bit sort of perplexed and not frowning too much, but just that little hint of a frown. She pours a large tankard and just pops it straight in front of you. Would you like a tab, or are you going to be staying long, or are you want to pay now? It's 2 silver pieces.
You'll put 2 silver in front of her and scratches your cheek, and then she'll ask if there's look around. Is there any sort of, I guess you would call it like a billboard where you put jobs, anything like that?
Well, yes, there is, but I mean, it's obviously howling outside, but there is one up against the village hall. It's the bigger building in the center of the village. Yeah, there'll be a billboard there, I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not staying. Just warming up for a bit.
Oh, wow, you're more than welcome. Any folk are welcome here. And she sort of does a few glances left and right because obviously being a tiefling is a little bit... there is no other tieflings that you do notice in the tavern at the moment. So, yeah. So whilst that's happening, the younger waitress runs back out and she doesn't say anything. She's very nervous looking and she pops 2 broths, one in front of you, Zix, and one in front of you, Boo, and sort of nods and sort of Anything else? In front of
At this point, Zix is just juggling. So he's juggling vials that are green, blue, orange, and he's just sort of amusing himself. He has no idea that the anything else is happening because he's just so amazed with these glowing lights just flying around in front of him. And then they all just sort of come crashing down like, it's just all, he does hopefully safely catch them.
What? Oh, marvelous.
And he's just chucking in. He's chowing down face first into the bowl, just
Oh God.
gobbling like a goblin.
Hopefully nothing fell on the floor then, or in the stew, or in...
Yeah. We pray.
We pray. At this point, we pray. It could all be over in a second. And then, so she sort of like nods and scurries back to the kitchen. And then hopefully we have a Boo back. I hope, maybe.
Screen's back.
Screen's back.
Yeah.
So we will come back to the bar in a second. So she runs back out and she's got another stew and a tankard of ale, and she scurries up to yourself. Eli sat in the corner, and she pops it in front of you, and sort of nervously sort of looks at you and down at the stew, and then looks at you and says, "Everything okay? Would you like anything else?"
Everything's fine. Yeah. Could you put the ladies next ale on my tab, if you would, please? And I slip her a gold piece.
Yes, of course, yeah. So she pops it away and sort of scurries back. Hopefully Boo will be back with us. Just shout Boo when you are. Okay, so as you're tucking in to your stews and your ale, there's some merriment going on around you. There is a little sort of slight argument, I would say, between a couple of the old, what look to be older dwarven fellows, and they seem to be arguing about something other than drink. They've had a few. You can all tell that they've had a couple, but they seem a little bit nervous and a bit worried. It's not your standard argument over, a card game or anything. It's something a little bit more sinister than that. And then over in the other corner, there's sort of a bard setting up a little lute and tuning and being a bit sort of out of tune at the moment and looking around. Hopefully no one noticed. And then as you're tucking in, the door goes and opens and slams behind you. Everyone in the tavern turns around and you see a younger, quite a pretty, I would say, looking elf, and got auburn braided hair, lots of earrings, and big fur collar on the jacket, big leather jacket, big leather rucksack, and she sort of looks around and everyone sort of looks back at what they're doing, and then she saunters up to the bar and pulls up one of the chairs next to yourself, Kyra, and plonks her big bag. It's quite a big, it's almost sort of a third of the size as she is, quite a big bag, and pops it on the bar, and the dwarf barmaid comes over and takes it off and sort of puts it around the back, and they sort of nod at each other, and she starts pouring ale for this younger dwarf. You would say she's probably early 30s, I would say. And she's got this aura, this sense of presence about her, almost authoritarian presence. And then the barmaid comes back, pops her, and you notice it's a different tankard, so it's not like the other tankards, it's almost like a personalized tankard. and she pops it down and she says, "Oh, wow, thank you, thank you, caller. It's been a tough one, but we've managed it so far. But I'm not sure how long we can keep it up. But and then the barmaid says, well. Hopefully it's not too much longer. But yeah, fingers crossed, Brina. Fingers crossed." And she goes back to doing what she's doing, and the younger dwarf starts sort of leaning on the bar and just sipping her ale, looking around. Yeah, so she's perched next to yourself, Kyra. Obviously, Zix is there, and Boo tucking into a bit of stew. And Eli, you notice this. You don't hear what they're saying, but you notice this dwarven lady walk in and perch herself next to Kyra. What would you like to do?
Kyra's fiddling with her mug of ale, and she's usually very standoffish, being a tiefling, so she just kind of looks over, sees the exchange, and takes her in. Thinks she's pretty, and turns over, leans back. So what was that about? Just addresses her right out the gate.
Straight off the bat. Okay. So Brina looks at you, sort of gives you a look up and down, and obviously she realizes that you're not from around here. It's a small village. She kind of knows 99% of the people in the tavern and in the village. Well, I don't think I recognize you. What's your name, and why are you here?
We'll give it away. Was it the horns?
Well,
The name is
there are many
Kyra.
6-foot tieflings around Frostbellow. Are you just got into town, or are you traveling through?
I just arrived. I've heard tales about some of the treasures that may lie here, but to be completely candid, I am looking for coin. I am a cell shield, if you will. But
Okay.
looking to see if there are any that are looking to wander, in search of adventure.
Well, there's plenty of adventure to be had in these mountains. But that's interesting. Well, I don't know how long and how much coin you're after, and how long you're hanging around, but yeah, maybe your services. And she looks at your sort of, I guess it was a shield, wasn't it, you had on, and your weaponry, and sort of looks, and it might come in useful, if I might say so. Let me get back to you. And Zix and Boo, you do hear this exchange. So if you, as she gets up, she puts her ale on the bar, she hops off her stool, and she walks around, and as she walks past you and Boo, Zix and Boo, she sort of looks and a little bit puzzled. Obviously, she doesn't know a crazy-looking goblin and a rock gnome with an afro sat at the bar is not what you come across every day. So she looks up and down and walks past, and you see her go to the restrooms. As she passes, or goes to the restrooms, she passes your table, Eli, and she stops. She stops at your table, and she looks over, and she's, well, I don't think I recognize you either. Are you new? Are you looking to settle in town, or are you after some adventure like the tiefling at the bar?
I am new in town. I have just traveled in from far, far away. And I am also I don't want to say sellsword or shield or anything like that, but I do have some skills that can be beneficial to certain individuals. And you see he picks up a silver coin and just starts twirling it in his left hand.
Yeah.
Let's just say I'm an entrepreneur of sorts, looking for a new investment.
Oh, well, investment. I mean, we welcome any settlers, if you're looking to invest in any of the markets and houses and anything you would like around town. But I mean, that's good to know. What can I call you by?
Oh, you may call me Eli.
Oh, Eli. And she offers a hand. It's Brina Stonewright.
Brina, very nice to meet you, madame.
And you note as you
My lady.
shake her hand, that's either or, it's fine. And as you shake her hand, you notice it's quite a rough and real strong grip. It's got some calluses and a real sort of a worker's hand, if you like.
A working lady, are ya? I like that. I like that a lot.
Well, you could say working lady, but yeah, I mean, if it's coin or adventure you're after, then I'll be with you in a second.
I have both.
Oh yeah, potentially.
I don't mean to be greedy or anything, but I prefer both.
And she sort of ponders and looks around and looks past you out the window the window's sat behind you. You're against the wall, looking towards the bar.
Right.
And she looks past you and out into the frost and the snow and the sleet that's coming down. And she sort of ponders and looks back at you and goes, and just points and wags a little finger and just hold on. And then she waddles off and into the sort of back room, if you like.
As she ponders off, I shall wait with bated breath.
You see the back of her head sort of laugh a little, like, nod, and as she sort of does a little chuckle. Okay. As a couple of minutes go by, you guys finish your stew and your ales, and as she comes back after a couple of minutes, she walks past yourself, Eli, sat at the table, and she walks up to Jix and Boo, and just pats you both on the back, on the shoulders, in between you two, and then looks across at yourself, Kyra. She said, well, I think and she looks at you, Zix, and says, I guess you guys are new too, but if it's the same as the other newcomers and it's coin you're after, or adventure, I may have a proposition for you if you're interested, obviously.
So Zix turns round, I guess, like I'm imagining you're there.
Yeah, sort of to your right shoulder, Zix, and off your left shoulder, Boo, in between you, yeah. So
Zix, I guess, like just turns around, and as he's turning around, he just notices massive tiefling.
6 foot tiefling.
Yeah, and he's just like, he's got this grin on his face, as he always has, but it's paralyzed. His face is completely paralyzed, and he's just slowly turning around to face Brina, and he's still paralyzed, just completely just dead in the face, just looking at her like, what on earth? He doesn't get around much. Anyway, he eventually snaps out of it, almost like slaps himself in the face, like what? Like this. Takes his goggles off of his head and extends them and slaps them onto his face with a bit of a jolt.
Straight onto his eyes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Adventure, I'm all for it.
Well, that's good to know. And I don't know if we have a Boo back yet. Maybe.
Yeah.
Ah,
I
perfect.
turn towards him. Yeah, man, that it'll be, man. Let it be. You know, if anyone is, should I say, have a bounty on their head?
Oh, a bounty. I mean, we are not mercenaries ourselves in this village, and we haven't had many criminals, so to speak. We don't really do bounties. But if it's adventure and coin that you are after, then I think I may have something up your alley. And yourself, Kyra? There's a table that I've just met somebody that's probably of the similar thought patterns as yourselves. Come and join if you're interested. and she sort of pats yourself and Zix and on the back and gives yourself a nod, Kyra, and she sort of walks back over and pulls up the chair next to you, Eli.
I jump off the stool and head that way too.
Cool.
Kyra pounds her ale and then
Yeah.
just walks over to the same table with Eli and slams down.
Nice.
Zix sort of leans off of his stool, so he doesn't dismount. He just leans forwards. The stool comes crashing down behind him. He just waddles over.
So he does a pole vaulty kind of dismount off of the stool, and the stool flies out behind him.
Not even with that much grace. Not even that much grace. He just simply leans forward, just so his feet hit the ground first. Bonk.
And
Nice.
and Caller, the barmaid, the little dwarf, sort of leans up and looks over the bar as if to say, like, is he okay? Is he flat on his face, or and then and then you scurry off to the table. So as the four of you are sat at the table, Brina looks around at you, and you're all sat there, and she says, I mean, it's maybe fortuitous that 4 new faces should show in Frostbellow, and 4 new faces that seem like they're after adventure or have already seen adventure and after more. So I'm gonna probably cut to the chase fairly quickly. We are a mining town of sorts, and Frostbellow used to have a mine and a keep and a hold. We call it Kazrek Hold. Kazrek Hold is based up in the Frostpeak Mountain, just behind this village here, and we've had to vacate our hold after some time, and when I say some time, it's quite some time. We've had this for thousands of years, this Kazrek Hold, but unfortunately, due to a cave-in and she sort of looks around a little bit before she says her next sentence, a cave-in and some strange occurrences, shall we say. But I think we have tried digging out the collapsed cave-ins, and unfortunately some of the miners have lost their way a little bit, shall we say, and we've had to vacate. So if you're interested, and maybe try and find the lost miners and our kin, with some trepidation and some cautiousness, if you like. We've sent people and hunters, and she looks around at the people that were arguing before, 2 miners and family that have gone to look for their kin and not returned. So, I mean, if it's adventure you're after, I mean, I don't know what other adventures you were looking for, but I would say that's a pretty good adventure. And if it's gold you're after, I'm more than happy to compensate, shall we say.
Yeah, man, that'll be, man.
Eli raises an eyebrow. Really?
Yes, really. Like I said, we've sent people, but they haven't returned, unfortunately.
Ira puts out her hand, and the spear that she left next to the table just appears in it,
Okay.
and she just leans against it and says, "When do we leave?"
Oh, crikey! And she sort of smiles at you, Kyra, and looks across and says, "Well, your skills would be rather useful, I think, should you encounter any disturbances or skills of maybe moving rocks and clearing cave-ins, then looks like you'd be good at it." Okay, so I guess I can count yourself in, Kyra? And she looks at you with a smile, like quite a warming smile for a tiefling that that's not used to being in town. And then she looks across at yourself, Eli. It sounds like you're in as well.
Oh, of course I'm in. I'm always in for adventure coin and whatever else may end up in my pocket.
Or melts you.
Or melts me.
Whatever melts me. And she looks at yourself, Boo, and well, you're a keen one as too, so I guess I can count you in. And she's sat next to you, and she sort of slaps you across the shoulder, and it's quite a hard slap. She's quite a brawn, tough-looking lady. Oh, brilliant. And yourself? And she looks at Zix with like a bit of perplexed kind of, I hope this is going to go well kind of vibe.
Yeah, man.
Go.
Yeah, Zix just kind of he just puts his hands together. He's rubbing his hands together and goes, "This'll be a blast."
Well, fantastic. So if you're, I mean, it's like I said, this hold, our keep or our hold, Kazrek Hold, has been around for thousands of years. And if it's more information you're after before exploring, then there's no one better than Old Grig. Old Grig is an eccentric fellow. He lives just on the outskirts of the village, a little bit away, keeps himself to himself. But he's on the way if you want to stop by his place. But he's a strange fellow. So you'll have to ignore some of his mutterings. He does speak some sense, but a lot of it is nonsense. So yes. But I mean, if you want to wait, it looks like the wind's dying down, but it's a short walk up to the keep. So yes, if you're more than welcome, we'll meet back here whenever you're done. I'm not far, so whenever you're back, just give the caller, the barmaid, a shout, and she'll come and grab me. But if there's anything else that I can help you with, unless I bid you farewell, good luck and thank you for potentially helping us get our old home back.
Did she say how far the trek would be?
No, she didn't.
Okay, and so I
Yeah.
go ahead and say before you leave, how far wish we travel? What sort of supplies should we gather other than normal traveling supplies?
Oh, it's not far at all. I doubt you would need any supplies. I mean, caller can fix you up with some bread or something to take you up on the way. But I mean, it's
Fair.
a short, maybe 20 minutes, half an hour trek up the mountain.
Okay.
And the path's directly behind Frostbellow. You can't miss it. You go out the tavern, turn right, and you go up this slope, and it takes you around the side of the mountain slightly. It's a bit of an incline, but adventurers of your athleticism wouldn't struggle at all. And you'll go past Old Grig's little hermit shack. You can't miss it. And then it's another 15 minutes or so up the trail. You can't miss it.
So the hold and the keep is two different places.
We call it Kazrek Hold. Some keep it our keep. It used to be a keep thousands of years ago, and it was originally built to protect any invaders should they pass through the Frostpeak Mountains. But after being a keep, it was our home, and we called it Kazrek Hold. And it's been our home for thousands of years up until 50 odd years ago, I would say, when we had to vacate, hence building this Frostbellow village.
Yeah, I'm on.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I will leave you to your stew and ale, and as I said, if there's anything else, then let me know. Well, good luck. And she sort of smiles at you, nods, and pats yourself, Zix, and Boo, nods at Eli and Kyra, and hops off and walks back up to finish her ale. And you can see her and Caller, the barmaid, discussing, and she's looking quite excited as she's discussing what she's doing. So yeah, Floor is yours.
Right, just as Brina sort of like pats us, so pats Zix to go off about her business. Zix like pats her back, but like quite viciously, to be honest. Like not intentionally, but just like and to go yeah. It's just like just like quite sporadic. It's like
She sort of stumbles a bit as she's walking off from you, and sort of looks back and does a nervous looking smile, not as warm and heartly as the smile towards Kyra, but a nervous smile nonetheless.
Zix is like grin right up both sides of his mum's head. He feels like he's done the right thing.
Okay, over to you guys.
So, Woody Fett, that's his name. He has a Napoleon complex. So he looks over at Kyra. Yeah, man. You no stand close to me at all, man.
Give me 3 times the height. Even
Kyra
sat
just
down.
shrugs it. And sinks a little lower just to appease him.
Eli Ambrose. My little,
Hey,
my young friend, my little friend, and I don't mean little in the derogatory sense. You should be proud of who you are. Stand tall, so to speak, in your shoes.
As tall as I gonna get, man. Me no girl no more.
Stand tall, chest out, be proud of who you are, as I am proud of who I am, and I'm looking forward to this adventure with you folks. And he kind of
Woody Fett.
Booty.
Woody Fett. Friends that call me Boo.
Boo it
You
is.
can
then,
call
if
me
you-
Boo.
Boo it is, and he kind of gives a sideways look to Kira. Kind of a wink and a nod type thing.
Yep.
Kyra just looks to Boo and says, height means nothing. You look a lot less squishy than this Eli.
Squishy. yeah, man. He called you squishy.
I am squishy in some ways, but I'm quite hard in others.
Ooh. Ooh. Burn. You burn the man.
Kyra just raises an
Zix not
eyebrow.
squishy, Zix just green.
So, as you're discussing, obviously there's people that are sort of other dwarves with miners, and they've perched and hung their pickaxes and things like this as they've come through. So there's a few people, not too many, but a handful of people that have come and gone as you've been discussing. And the young waitress is still running around and waiting tables and things like this. The storm, you notice over your shoulder, Eli and Kyra, you're obviously facing Eli. You notice over the shoulder that the storm is starting to settle, and it's kind of as it would be in this image here, and it's kind of weirdly serene. Like the storm is rolled through the village and out the other side across the valley and gone. So it's quite calm, quite serene now. There's plenty of snow on the ground. There's about a foot, maybe 2 feet of snow. Not too difficult terrain, but yeah, you notice it's settled.
Is
Kyra
you-
sees
do you-
Kyra
okay, well,
sees a... Go ahead, Eli.
I apologize. You say storm. Is it an actual storm, or is it more
No,
of a...
it's not a storm. It's
a-
like sideways
okay.
sleet and sort of high winds, a bit of howly wind. It's not a full-on tornado
Okay.
storm thing.
Okay.
No.
Well, I was thinking, is it a blizzard type storm where we can't
Yes.
leave right away, or is it we have to wait?
No. From what you can see, I mean, roll me the first perception check of the evening.
All
That's
right.
Yeah.
nice.
There you go.
I do apologize if anyone was talking to me in that last.
Oh,
last
I gotta-
segment there. Jumping
free.
in and out. Huge.
Wait a minute.
Nope.
Did I not roll it on the right thing?
No, you rolled it. It's the session's not loading, so
Oh, okay.
hopefully. I'm
I
just
got it.
resetting the
Oh, me.
so hopefully
How very perceptive are you?
No, I'm not.
a 3. Did you roll a 3?
Particularly.
Did you?
I did roll a 3.
So there is weather outside.
Yes, there is. Ooh, look. I guess that white stuff isn't cocaine.
I know. You can taste it, but it's just frozen water.
How
No,
deep is
you-
the snow?
Say again, sorry, Boo.
How deep is the snow?
A very good question.
If you roll me a better perception check than a 3, I'll tell you.
Okay.
I hope this isn't a premonition or a...
Try not to waste your nat 20s right now.
Yeah.
You good, Boo? You found it?
Yeah, I had
Yeah.
to refresh.
Yeah, mine died. The D&D Beyond had a bit of a head fit then. This music's a bit jovial, isn't it? This bard's
Yeah,
doing
why
some.
not?
Flipping rocking out.
Oh,
A
you got
5.
better than a 3.
Slightly better
It
than
is
a
better than a
3.
3. You said better than a 3.
Well, it doesn't take a lot to notice that there is a good 1.5 foot of snow that's gathered. You had been walking for some time, the 4 of you, maybe half a day in quite bad conditions. So there's snow that's built up on the side of the roofs of the houses, across the various crates and boxes and the big town hall, village hall, should I say. But there's a good 1.5 foot of snow, yeah. It's
Okay.
the tavern is raised up slightly, so it's a couple of steps down to the actual floor, so you're clear to go and open the door. It's not like you're snowed in or anything.
So is the road to the keep, is that a well-traveled road?
Yes, it's a very
Okay.
well-traveled road. You from what Brina would have told you, it's quite an obvious road. It's quite a well-traveled road, and it's
Gotcha.
the main road that heads up into the mountain, the one mountain.
Sounds good. Well, without further ado, I think we probably could set forth. The faster we get this done, the faster we get back here, get warm, and start drinking.
Yeah, man.
Aye, sounds good. To old Grig then.
Okay, you guys go in?
Zix is just
Yeah.
like got his hands together, just looking excitedly at everyone. He's just like he's just excited to get going.
He's like an excited little kid on a school trip.
Yeah, he's
Ready to get going. So just for information, who's leading the way? Who steps out first, shall we say?
I'll step out first.
So Eli's stepping, and
Yeah, I'll
the
step out
rest are
first and
following.
kind of act as scout.
Okay. So as you open the door and the rest of you finish up, you're obviously gonna very kindly leave the tip on the table. And as you open the door, with a 3 and a 5, you notice all the sort of villagers going back to their various tasks. You notice some children sort of playing in the snow, and again 90% of them are dwarves in various ages. You notice a bakery that's opening up over the way at the other end of the village. There's lights coming on now. There's smoke pluming from chimneys and things like that. And as you step out, as you remember, Brina said up to the right and out the tavern and right and outside of the village, and you'll pick up the path there. But as you set foot, all 4 of you, there's a bit of a shove, shall we say, past you. And there's you didn't notice her at first because nobody was particularly looking, but there's an orcish older lady, and she sort of barges past you in a bit of a grump, and she sort of shoves you out the way, and as you're sort of leaving the door, you go, "Oh, "Watch it, you lot!" And then she sort of scurries and sort of starts to walk off, and she's heading towards the blacksmith. And she's got greyish hair, the blacksmith's apron, and as she's walking away, you notice she's got I will say a gauntlet on her left arm as she's walking away back up towards the blacksmith.
That's rather rude of her, wasn't it?
Excuse you, man.
She sort of grunts.
No, excuse me. She walks by.
So she sort of grunts and carries on walking up towards the blacksmith. So you guys heading up the path towards the
Absolutely.
towards the hold?
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, out of the village, out of town then.
Yeah.
So you walk sort of diagonally towards the blacksmith and veer off to the right and pick up the path. And you notice all these, as you can see again in the image, a bit of a pine trees and the mountains, and they're quite large, tall, very tall mountainous range. And you're sort of taken a bit aback by the eeriness, should I say, of said mountain range. And there's a strange, eerie silence with a bit of a howl. Not a howl as in a snowstormy kind of howl, but an eerie howl. And as you walk in, you're sort of looking at each other and taking it in a little bit, looking up. You notice some birds that are flying through the mountains and picking up some of the mountain tops, and off they go. And you, like I said, you walk in, or like Brina said, you walk in for maybe 10, 15 minutes, I suppose, trudging through. It's not difficult. It's quite loose, powdery snow, so it's not hard, heavy, thick, deep, compact snow. Sorry. So you're able to walk quite steadily. There's no issue.
However,
with you walking.
it is up to my waist.
I would say yourself and Boo are quite covered, maybe up to your loincloth or leather armor or whatever you have on.
Yeah.
And you just see this afro just hover past you through the snow as he's walking, stomping off in a sort of eager fashion. But as you're leading, Eli, if you just roll me a better perception, hopefully.
I'm going to try.
I guess something important to note at this point, I guess, like Vic overall is very noisy. Like his backpacks are full with glass and sort of pots and various different things. So the whole time he's wandering around, all you can hear is clinking and all that sort of thing. So yeah, you're not going to lose him.
Perfect. So apologies, I'm just picking up the dice. Hopefully pick up the dice rolls. There we go. So a 10. So yes, as you walk in, you see all this mountain range. You hear this eerie howling. It's a very low. It's not noisy, deafening. It's very subdued howls. And like wind passing through a tunnel almost. And as you walk in, 10, 15 minutes, you hear the clanging of the bottles and the vials of Jix is probably louder than the howls, but you still notice. And in the distance, a couple of 100 meters away, I would say, you notice a old wooden slanted shack that's very much seen better days. It's no bigger than a small shed, I would say. And as you get closer, you notice there is a small plume of smoke just trickling out the top of the little small chimney. And you can see sort of pelts hanging up on the side, almost like a longbow propped up against the side, and a staff, on various carvings on the logs chopped or half chopped with the axe still in the stump. And yes, it's just a clunky old rattly shed as you approach.
It's just on the
Grandma,
way.
Anybody
Yes.
home?
Okay.
Just off of the track. Boo,
Oh,
you,
okay.
you it's literally on the side of the road or on the side of the track.
Okay.
There's probably a 5-meter little path up to the front door. Sorry, Boo, were you shouting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I yell out, "Your man, is anybody home?"
Give me a performance check or a performance roll. Just to see how
Nice.
how
Yeah,
loud
okay.
you
Wow.
shout.
Net
Oh,
20.
perfect. Okay. So yes, you boom this noise across, and if anyone was inside, they definitely would have heard you. What you do see is a little curtain twitch, and very very quick, very speedy. You don't see anyone or anything. You just notice as you approach, as you shout that boo, you just notice the little curtain twitch go. But that's it.
Nobody wants to come outside, huh? Is somebody home?
It seems you're
Is somebody in there?
very intimidating for one of your size, so I can see how they would be scared of you.
Yeah, I can intimidate just as many people as you can.
Oh, I don't find myself very intimidating, but I appreciate the compliment. And I kind of grab your shoulder and kind of chuckle a little bit. Shall we investigate, or shall we move on?
At this point, Zix has already started running towards the shed.
I guess we're. And I look down at Boo. I guess we're investigating.
He just goes,
Hello, that's
think it's
how
being
anybody
Rick
in it.
Start seeing the trail materialize through the snow. You really don't see too much.
Yeah.
Top of his head.
Just the afro disappear like a little head into the snow. As Jix
Zix
runs
is like
towards.
skipping.
Yeah.
He's like skipping, so you can just see this Mohican just coming up over the snow. And he's just shouting, there's a house, anybody in it? He's just running, hands in the air, like just going for it, just running straight towards the house.
I'd imagine like frog's legs like flicking up to each side as you're going through the snow.
Yeah. He's proper guppy, like proper guppy.
As you're going
he has positive intentions. He's doing it in goodwill. There's no intimidation going on. He's just, he doesn't really understand the world, to tell you the truth. So
just happy to be there. Wherever he is, he's happy to be there.
Yeah, that's it.
As you two.
Ball of energy.
No, go on, Bo. No, go on, Boo.
A ball of energy.
Yeah.
Yes.
A little ball of green energy.
A little ball of sunshine and snot.
As you two approach with Eli and Kyra sort of slowly, I would say gracefully, more so than the other two, moving through the snow towards the hut, you see the curtain twitch again, but that's it. You see an older grey sort of hair as the curtain twitches, and that's it. Just a very quick in and out.
Hello. I'm gonna go knock on the door.
Gonna knock?
Yeah.
So what you hear from behind the door is a very gruff, very what's the word? Withered, I guess, voice. Hello? Who's there?
You may call me Eli. We're just passing through and checking to make sure that you're okay. We're on our way to the keep to, shall we say, aid in the mining company to regain their assets.
You sort of hear this like in almost insane kind of cackle. And Eli, how do I know? And you hear those sort of this almost crazed, sort of muttering and almost trying to recall another Eli or Eiley or Eileen or Lee and he's just rattling through these names in a weird.
I'm not any of those. I'm not any of those people. You would not recognize me. I am new to the area.
Oh, okay. How may I help you? And did you say you're off to the hold, to Kazrek Hold?
That is correct. What services do you offer?
Services, and you hear a few catches going on the door and locks and like almost like the wooden slatted bar across the back of the door lift and things like that, and very slowly is the door creaks and it's like and a sort of half a face peers round the corner, looks directly at you, Kyra, being a tiefling and standing quite proud in the snow, but very obvious, and then looking around either side of you, in and around all four of you, and past you, and as this half a face peers round the door, you notice it's got the hood up and it's like a brown cloth hood. You notice long, sort of just past shoulder length, bright white hair, matted and quite messy, and a piercing blue eye, lots of weathered, almost leathery skin, and a quite a ruffled, bright white beard. You also notice the half the shoulder is very fur lined, almost like fox fur, covered, and the hand that's holding the door as it's opened is also just as weathered, that you see. And he's sort of blinking rather quickly and jittering, and I can't offer you much services. Probably you like information and yeah, information. Yes, information you seek. And he sort of doesn't know whether you've asked him a question or not, and he's almost losing his mind. You can tell at this point.
Yes, information would be great. What more can you tell us about the incident at the hold?
Oh, incident? Was there an incident? How many years ago was this incident? Maybe 5? No, 50. 50 years. 50? 45. And he's just rattling off all these numbers. He has no idea. Go on. Looks down at you.
Start laughing. It's so cool. He can't keep straight to nothing, man. Like cocoa in the coconut.
He is very cocoa in the coconut. You can definitely, without any perception, you can tell he's a bit mental.
What's a coconut?
Yeah, he's like coconut, nuts,
Cocoa.
cocoa. And he goes off his brain. You can tell goes off on this tangent. So
this is a waste of time.
I'm
kind of saying it to myself. I apologize.
No. And he's I mean, excavations. There was excavations and breach in a chamber and it's unnaturally cold and unnaturally not just cold but unnaturally cold and runes and slumbering and it's the watcher. He goes, the watcher.
Who's watching who?
Who's watching who exactly? And points at you, and his eyes go bright wide and points. Who's watching who exactly? And he's clearly batshit crazy. But as he's rattling off all these various tangents of sentences, what you do pick up is some key words in chambers. Obviously, he rattles on a lot about the unnatural cold, runes, and slumbering and watcher. He repeats watcher quite a few times, and yes, he speaks in cryptic kind of crazed sentences. And I saw the frost spread. It did spread like veins in a corpse. The walls and the walls wept ice. They wept ice, and the mountain remembered something. The mountain where we were never meant to know. It's your funeral. And he sort of shuts the door. And you can hear him muttering inside, and you hear some clanging and some knocking about of furniture and crazed mutterings.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like he's barricading himself in, kind of.
No, maybe the knockings aren't of the door. He's not re-locking the door. He's just pushed it to. But the knockings are coming from sort of further afield than the door. I say further, as in the shed that's probably 10 by 10 or 12 by 12 foot square. It's just tables, chairs pulling across the floor, if you like, things like that.
Like he's rummaging, looking for something.
Exactly, yeah, he's rummaging.
Okay. Does the reference to the Watcher ring any bells with me?
Roll me a history check, or history or Arcana. It's up to you.
Well, I'm proficient in Arcana, and I already rolled a history check. So
okay, no,
16 plus 4. Okay, so I'm saying if we used my Arcana roll, it'd be a 19. So.
You had plenty. So 16's fine, but with a 19 as well. Anyway, so you've heard whisperings of the Watcher. You've also heard them called, or this rumor called Watcher of the Deep. Or you've also heard the Watcher referred to as Thragzul. And
Thragzul.
Thragzul. And you have heard stories and rumors that nobody really believes, and people smirk at, and they're hundreds of thousands of years old, these rumors. You haven't heard of any recent sort of any recent, I wouldn't say resurfacings, because nobody's seen them for thousands of years. Nobody knows about it, but you know the Watcher from you've heard of rumors of the Watcher as being something unnatural.
Gotcha. So the deep could mean anything, as far as it could either mean water or deep within the earth, something along that lines. Correct?
Yes.
There's
yes.
nothing specific. There's nothing specific that I remember.
No, not referencing the deep aspect of that. But yes, Thragzul or the Watcher or the Watcher of the Deep.
Well, unnatural cold, especially in this area. Rings of undeath. I think we go make them dead again. Want to make them so dead they have to bury them twice.
Deeper than deep.
Deeper than deep. Want to send them back to the deep with their tails in their hands.
Nice.
And have them say the UPS guy showed up, said, "Here's your ass," and handed it to him. I'm all in. Let's do this.
Are you guys heading off? Are you?
I say we
just
move on.
Again, are you running back to Frostbellow in any sort of capacity?
He shared the info with us, right?
Say again, Boo. Sorry.
I was asking, did he share the information with
sorry.
us?
Yeah.
Eli, I did share that information. Yeah, I shared that information with the group.
Okay, perfect. So.
Sorry, my mistake.
No, sorry. Keep it to yourself and surprise.
Zix is just pretty chuffed, because he just says, "Oh yeah, we'll make him dead again." But he says,
What about in pieces?
he's slipping into his bit of his evil side, I guess.
Lots of bits and lots of pieces.
What's about in pieces?
Okay,
so
see what
before we leave,
we can
Kyra
gain also.
casts thaumaturgy to rattle the doors and freak him out a little bit more inside.
Fucking hell.
Because that wasn't very helpful. So.
No,
She just smiles at Zix in pieces.
So as you
Nice.
rattle the little hut, you just hear the Watcher, and just start screaming out of this hut. So yeah, so
Zix is now pounded on the door as well, going,
Who's he watching? Who's he's watching?
so this you hear him visibly crying now in the corner.
he just turns to Kyra at this point and just laughs because he thinks he's doing the right thing. He's like,
like this is what we should do, right?
yeah, like Kyra's causing chaos, so it means Zix has got to as well.
As you looking up at 6 foot something, Kyra, as you're doing it,
Yeah,
like
he's
all like, oh god, yeah. So is it yourself, Eli, that's leading up the path again?
Yeah,
or just
I'll go
someone
ahead and
else?
scout
Yeah?
I'll go ahead and scout about 30 feet up.
Okay. So as you're walking for a good 10 to 15 minutes again, and the path starts to take a sort of a fairly difficult incline. Not crazy. You're still comfortable doing it, but you just notice, it's quite a steep one. You're catching your breath a little bit as you ascend this path, and it backs off and round to the left, around the back of the mountain. And as you're trudging, you don't hear this howly or low, subtle howl anymore. It's more of an eerie hum. There are no birds, which is strange. So before across Frostbellow, you notice some wildlife, but as the wildlife, nice one, Raymond. As you, thank you for the subbing, the re-subbing. Yeah, I was like, oh, who's subbed? Oh wait, no, that's fine. And as you ascend and sort of spiral up round the back of the mountain, there is less and less nature. Some of it you're not sure whether it's because you're ascending and there's less foliage and things like this. But the howl turns to a strange sort of low hum, very low, but you notice it. And as you are spinning round the corner, you notice some rubble on the floor as you pass, and it's not your normal rock rubble from the side of the mountain. It's almost carved, like man-made kind of looking, ruined type rubble. Would you like to do anything else, or continue?
I kind of look at the group and I say, do any of you have the skill in detecting, shall we say, creatures of the undead or evils about? Are any of you of the religious warrior type? I do have some clerical abilities, but I do not have the ability to detect any of those elements within my sphere of influence.
Ira just shakes her head and just, I have this. And she snaps her fingers, and that raven you saw her dismiss before she entered the tavern just appears on her shoulder.
Oh, very cool.
And she lets it fly up, and you see her pupils dilate to full black as she uses an action to peer through her familiar and hopefully get a better view, an aerial view of the
very
area.
Cool. Very cool.
Wicked.
Very cool.
That's quite a nice impacting sort of description, because I completely forgot about the raven and then it appeared on your shoulder.
I did too. I'm
cool.
like,
yeah, like damn, yeah, that's cool. So is it this is sort of just your innate ability kind of thing, isn't it? There's no rolls or anything.
No, it's a familiar.
Familiar.
Yeah, so it's a familiar. Yeah, you can just snap it to and from.
Yeah, and then look through his eyes to glean any information from.
That's useful.
From an aerial perspective.
would do a perception check through the.
I was going to say, if you roll your perception as the raven takes flight and curves off, he takes a wide arc right, and as it's no wind, it's eerily still as well. It's quite easy to fly.
So it's raven is +1 on perception, so it's 14.
Okay, that's fine. Yep. So takes off to the right, out into the valley, and then swoops back in around the corner. The rest of you lose sight of the raven, and it goes around the side of the mountain. And Kyra, you as the raven's coming in, you notice these mountain ranges go on for quite some time. There's quite a vast mountain. You can't see the end of it, if you like, but the mountain you're on, obviously, as you come round, there's more and more bits of rubble up the path. And what you do notice, or the raven notices, and you through its eyes, is a huge doorway, like a big arch. Not in, it's going to sound really stupid, but not in an arch shape. It's like a big square opening in the mountain, and a lot of that rubble that you saw is probably 20 feet high. You notice there's no doors on the front. It's not like a big wooden castle door thing or anything like that. It's open, and it's dark within there. You don't notice any light emanating from it, but it's huge.
Like a cave.
Oh, sorry, Boo, go on.
Like a cave.
Like a cave, exactly like a cave. Yeah.
Ira does her best to relay this to the rest of the crew.
No, that's fine.
It's an arch, but it's not an arch, and then she
can...
just gives up and casts minor illusion so everybody can kind of see what she's seeing in her hands.
Oh, wicked! So you're doing like the Star Wars, you know, the strategic battle maps that the Star Wars have with like all the stuff. Yeah.
A hollow image.
Yeah, exactly. Has been, and then. So some of the stones and the ruins that you're seeing obviously have come from this arch and rolled down the path. So this cave entrance, if you like, and half of it's missing. So and even with a 14, you notice that it's not been. It looks vacant, and it's been vacant for a little while. As in, it's a ruin, not a recently abandoned place.
But this could be the assumption. We can use the assumption that this is probably the entrance to where we need to go, correct?
Correct, yeah. It's quite obvious. The path almost stops at the other side of this cave entrance. So obviously you're walking up the path. When you get to it, it will be on your left, and the path will almost just drop away. So it's very obvious that there is no other entrances to head toward.
I say we make our way.
But would I have to use navigator's tools to know which direction we're going?
No, I don't think so. Boo. No, it's a pretty solitary path. I mean, unless you want to turn around and go back down the mountain, the path is almost cut into the side of the mountain, as it were, and it's almost like a sheer cliff or mountain one side of you, and it drops off the other side. It's quite a wide path. It's not like your sort of single file. You could walk 4 abreast up it, so it's quite a wide, almost like wide enough for a couple of horse and carts in and out of this cave entrance. So it's quite wide. So no, I don't. You wouldn't need a navigator's tools to specifically get to this one location. Okay.
So it's dark in there. Anybody have any torches, or everybody got dark vision?
I am not touched with the dark sight, so I must use a torch to see. But I am still willing to scout. Go ahead.
Zix does have dark vision.
Mm-hmm.
Woody has dark vision.
That's 2 of you.
I have dark vision.
Kyra
60
has as well.
feet of dark vision. Yep.
Yeah.
So 3 of us have dark vision.
I am a human, so.
Eli sees 3 of them disappear into the cave. They're gone.
Damn it!
Ah, crap.
Sitting out here like this.
For ages with his flint.
Who soaked my matches in water?
Fucking snowstorm. So
I just light a torch and.
Yeah, you ascend and you reach another sort of 10 minutes of trudging up this hill. You reach this entrance, and you notice exactly what Kyra was describing, and it's huge. This entrance is massive, and from the entrance you can see that it is in fact maybe only 10 or so feet in. and the rubble is almost like a wall, like Brina was explaining. It's almost collapsed in on itself. There's runes, as old Grig was describing and preaching about in his weird way, that some of those runes, dwarven runes, up and around this entrance, similar to ones that you passed as you walked up the path. But it's light for 10 feet in there, and then obviously it's covered with rubble and stone and sort of collapsed ruins, if you like.
Excuse me. So we venture forth. Like as I said, I can scout far enough ahead that those of you who can see in the dark aren't affected by my light. Or would one of you that can see in the dark like to take the lead?
Yeah, man. I took it to lead. I walk beside you. Either way, man, we lead.
Let's do it. I give you a I hold up my hand like for a high five. Let's do
High
it.
five, man. Yeah, man.
Or a slightly kind of
All right,
waist,
holds her
waist
hand for
height
Zix
five.
for a high five.
Waist high
Yeah,
five.
yeah. Just hit him in the afro. Like, oh my god, crap.
Let me real quick. How big is this afro? Are we talking 1970s afro?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
brilliant. Yeah. The best afro.
Nice. The best
Wicked.
afro ever.
Yeah.
Right on. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and venture forth and roll some dice.
Okay.
Some stuff.
So as I guess Zix and Kyra are sort of fairly close behind, I would assume, and as Boo and Eli start into the entrance, it's obviously, like I said, 10 feet in, and you almost hit a wall where of this collapsed rubble, and you're, I guess, there's no obvious way through. I mean, there is you look up, you can see some gaps at the top, but maybe not too much. And yes, you sort of notice this rubble. It's well, I'll let you decide how you attempt to traverse or not traverse or get through this rubble.
Did you?
Could we maybe try to shift some of the rubble?
If you want, yep. Yep. So you're gonna try and grab some and haul it out the way?
Yeah, maybe start moving some of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All of you doing it, or does?
Well, I was going to ask if I could perceive how the structure kind of, or how the rubble looks.
Probably a good idea before you start pulling blocks out the bottom
Yeah.
of this big wall.
I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
not a
Kyra
quarter
pulls
foot
back
old.
just as much as
Yeah.
before she pulls out a critical rock.
I wouldn't touch that if I were you.
Can I say that during all this time we've been walking, I've been working on one of my little clockwork devices.
Oh yeah,
being
of course.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're whittling away something. Is the whole journey in between sort of Frostbellow, Grig, and the entrance? Obviously, you've been tinkering, shall we say, with some mechanical devices. Is it, Boo? Okay. Okay. So Zix, if you
Yeah.
want to throw me a perception check.
Yep. So Zix is just stood in front of the rubble, both hands on his waist, just looking up at it, like. And let's try and my perception in this one.
Yes. Yeah. Do a perception check.
Cool.
DC is. I'll tell you a DC is 12. Okay, just to let you know.
13.
Nice.
That's good then.
bro.
Not a 3 or a 5. We're making progress, team. Well done.
We're getting there.
We are moving up in the world.
So, as you look around, Zix, you notice there are some, in fact, as Kyra nearly pulled one of them, some key rocks that are holding up some of the structure. and you notice some weaker points in the structure that wouldn't be an issue if you moved or pulled out the way and through behind you. Wouldn't be an issue. You notice some weak points, and probably if you moved, there would be a bit of a gap where you could at least two smaller ones of the party could easily get through, and even 6-foot people and tieflings and things would be able to get through squeeze.
Okay. Yeah, Zix just turns around and goes, I's not pretending to knows anything, but I knows my caves and I knows my dark spaces, and in this wall it looks like there's a few things we might be able to move with your big old arms, both of you, and I might be able to squish through. And he
Okay.
just sort of relays the information, flailing arms, pointing at rocks and things.
I would like to shift whatever Zix guides Kyra to do, and she gives him, kind of emulating Eli and Boo,
Yeah.
a little high five.
Okay, you're gonna start
High
shifting
five,
rubble.
man.
Yeah, and
Shifting whatever
I'll,
Zix perceives.
I'll help you. I'll help you so you can whatever roll you need to do, you can do with advantage.
Okay. So if you either both of you, or if you want to do it with advantage, Kyra, that's fine. If you give me an athletics check, please.
Go and
don't
roll
low.
advantage. That's my dump stat.
Okay, so advantage not.
Yeah.
Got it.
Oh shit! Oh, I was gonna say.
I rolled 2, and the second one's
Fuck
20.
that.
Nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Nice.
Please tell me 8 one with advantage.
And they're all dead.
And Brina walks
Thank
up
you,
6
Eli.
months later and finds 4
Yeah.
people underneath some rubble.
Yeah.
So
Well, that was
yes.
a great campaign, guys. Thanks. Appreciate it.
cool. Early night, everyone. I need more beer.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
Excuse me.
as Kyra is and Eli obviously assisting, however which way he can. Kyra, being a 6-foot tiefling, gracefully with the horns flicked back up, sort of pulls sleeves up and stretches off, gives a bit of a crick to the neck, and just starts grabbing where Zix is pointing at the bits of rubble, and start moving bits. And after sort of about 10 to 15 minutes of passing rubble, you're sort of doing a bit of a team effort now, with Kyra at the front passing to Eli, and then sort of Boo and Zix are sort of double teaming one rock and sort of balancing it and throwing it sort of to one side. You manage to clear enough rubble, as I said, for Zix and Boo to almost sprint through one of the gaps, and Kyra and Eli, if you wanted to try and squeeze through, sort of side on and duck in it a bit and in through this gap.
So before we squeeze through the gap, Zix just sort of like holds a hand out as if to say, "After you," to Boo, but completely misses the whole point of the whole thing, and then just goes through himself. before Boo gets there.
Just sprints through. So
But he
Zix,
he's just there you go. After you, and then just proceeds to walk through.
So Zix and Boo pass through with no ease. Kyra sort of sees these two sprint off through this hole. Kyra, are you attempting to get through?
Yes, absolutely. Kyra's gonna leave her trident behind, just kind of make
Oh.
it easier to have a free hand and shimmy through, but her shield will still kind of try to
Straight
drag it
through.
along with her
Yeah.
where
Okay.
possible.
So
That's
if
not
Come
your
on
one and-
through. The water's fine.
That's not your only weapon, is it?
Oh no, there's 2 more.
Uh-oh.
Okay, because I was gonna say we can figure out a way to shimmy it through, pass it through.
I can-
Yeah, you
She
can,
just-
you
she-
can slide it through first and then come in after. We're already on the other side.
I can summon it to me.
Fair enough.
Little
Okay.
smirk there, like, hey. I was expecting Kyra then to go, "That's not the only weapon you have," and then just to open up like this leather
Just
jacket with like Matrix style with all the guns and stuff.
She has a very
What am I,
blatant
what?
warhammer hanging off of her
Yeah.
belt.
Yeah. Okay, so Kyra, as you squeeze through, if you just give me a low DC acrobatics just to see how you get through this this little gap.
10.
10. That was the DC. So you're okay. You squeeze through, and you dip through, and you crack your neck to one side a little bit, and you squeeze, and you manage to get your shield through. And as you sort of pop out the other side, you sort of take a stumble, and Zix is there with his hands on his hips, looking around this big cavern, and Boo's sort of like looking at Zix, looking at the cavern, and Eli, if you give me an acrobatics just to see how you squeeze through.
I cast Reduce Enlarge on myself and shrink from 6'2" to 6 foot, so I can squeeze through.
The 2 does it.
Kyra watches him come out, kind of annoyed because they're scraped on her armor. I just summons her trident next to her.
The 2 inches was just enough to get through.
It's almost like you take your platform heels off and sort of like drop 2 feet and stroll through.
As everyone.
A dirty 20.
Oh wow.
Go on,
Nice.
Zix.
I was gonna say, as everyone gets through, Zix just turns around and goes,
It's not much, but it's home, right, Boo?
and just like knocks Boo as if like Boo knows exactly what's going on. It's,
Right, Boo? Right?
I'm looking at how Eli just came through the hole, and he's smaller.
Like 2 inches.
2 inches is, with a dirty 20, is enough to gracefully glide, almost slide through the hole, like you're covered in some sort of Vaseline or something. That easily...
I really don't cast the spell. So I just kind of duck down a little bit.
gracefully get through the hole, and no one has any issues, thank God, just yet. Where they have any rubble fall on them, hit their head, or anything like that I had written down. So you're good. Okay. So as you pass through, you do this for a little while. So there's, as you can probably see, I've changed the image, but you can see that the passageway is quite long, covered in lots of rubble. So you're doing this for a good 20 to 30 minutes, I would say. Where you're moving rubble, you're manoeuvring through gaps, and Zix and Boo are darting in and out the various holes in the rubble with ease. Kyra's sort of banging horns on certain things as she's squeezing through gaps and all those sorts of manoeuvres, and Eli's up and down in all his height of 2 feet, and you pop out eventually. You work your way through this cavern and hallway, this huge hallway, like I said, 20-30 feet high, and you're noticing all these, as you can see again in the image, you notice all these runes carved out, and ornate kind of carvings within this structure, and it's very dwarven-esque, very runic, of miners and telling stories of thousands of years of people and dwarves living in the cavern. Oh, have you lost someone?
I don't think so. I'm here. We're all here. Something's glitchy though. I can see it.
We lost 6. Yeah. Gribs.
Oh, Zix is frozen.
Uh-oh. 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 Everyone's changed order now. Are you back with us?
Sorry,
Gribs?
that was really odd. Sorry about that. I don't know what's happening, but we're struggling to maintain a decent ping on the call. I don't know what's going on. My internet's fine, so I'm having to listen a little bit in delay through the stream.
Oh, okay.
Just the
Sorry.
call's struggling a bit for some reason.
Sorry. Well, I'll just maneuver some images around. No, that's Boo. Where are you?
It's not a problem. It's working, but I guess I must have bugged out there. Sorry, guys.
Have you got your camera back, or are you leaving it off?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
No. I'm good.
I'm just trying to find you then, and it was where have you
Sorry,
gone?
mate.
Pardon me.
Sorry,
Stream, talk
everybody.
amongst yourselves. And if you want to do anything while you're manoeuvring through this cavern, then please do.
Let's see. Oh, well.
Hmm.
Okay.
Can we read these runes?
Yeah,
you
that was
can-
going to be my next question.
You can try, yeah. So if you roll
You
me
can try.
you can certainly try. If you roll
Absolutely.
me whilst I'm faffing with the cameras, and I'll try to multitask, even though my wife says I can't, I'm gonna try. So, fuck her. Who was Magnus? Let's go with. Sorry, this is from a previous Power and Prophecy campaign. So if you roll me a history, no, that's you. If you roll me a history check, Boo, I will tell you in a
Okay.
second. Sorry, can you see me all faffing with this camera, Malarkey?
You can, but it's not bad.
Yeah. Sorry, apologies.
Um,
So this is what happens,
If
ladies
it
and
happens
gentlemen, when when cameras.
if
fuck
it
up.
happens again, I'll drop my camera and see if it makes it a bit better. I don't know. Never.
No,
Don't know
sorry,
what's
mate,
going on.
don't worry.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm gonna make Boo's head
14.
bigger. 14. Okay.
14.
So, what you do read from the runes is it's a bit of a story, like I said, of this mines and people that used to live here. And I will, oh shit, I will flick back to my notes in a second. Who am I finding? I'm finding Jay, aren't I? Where's...
I guess. Meanwhile, while you're reading runes and stuff, Zix is just got a little pot out on the floor, and he starts putting random dusts and powders and
Oh god.
juices into this pot. You start stirring it. It goes bit of blue, bit of green, sparkly. He's just mixing bits and bobs on the floor.
Nice.
Where did I put this one? And he starts wandering around the cave,
Oh god.
looking for where he put said thing. Not very far, but just rummaging around in the local
Nice.
rockeries.
What are you doing, man?
Potions, pots and potions. Look, read my book.
And he opens this massive tome and puts it in front of Boo, but it's upside down.
Yeah.
Upside
points
down.
out it
Me
says-
no understand nothing of this. Nothing.
See, one of blue, two is of greens and sparklies or something. But we don't worry about that one. That one's boring. So we put blubbery and we put boomy and then you get sparkles.
What did you get? Oh god, where's it gone now? There we go. 14, wasn't it? History. Right. Okay, we're back on track.
Right.
Sorry, people. Okay, so as you're reading the runes, Boo, you notice, like I said, this bit of a story of over thousands of years, and you can read the Stonewright clan in some of them, and you can see mines and forges, and with a 14, I'll give it to you anyway. But you you see like a story about how Kazrek Hold was founded with sort of within the mountain, and you see the forges, and then you see the dwarves forging all their weapons and armors and things like that of tales old, and obviously further down, as you work your way down this big hallway, you see almost like the snowstorm that you had, as brief as it was, and passed you see sort of that part of that snowstorm. You see, what else do you see? You see sort of runes of curses and ice and things like that, really, of that nature. And then it's in a bit of a timeline scenario, and this is over thousands of years. And then you get to, in this timeline of around 300 years, where tremors, runes of sort of look like tremors and frost and things like that. I've got lots more, but with a 14, that's all you can see at the moment.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Okay. Anything else from anyone as we walk in through this vast hall, vast cavern?
So it went from where we first came in,
Yep.
older, to newer.
Yes, correct. So it started of the very beginning, and thousands of years ago, and then you got to where sort of towards the end, where it's sort of 300 years ago, and there's not much past that, if I'm honest. There's little bits, but nothing past that. Okay.
All right.
Okay. So, as you're walking, you hear different noises. If you could all give me a bit of a perception check as we're walking through this tunnel. Oh shit. So Kyra with a 4, Eli with a 20, nice. Boo with a 17. What does Zix get? 15. Okay. So Kyra has no idea what's going on. Just walking along aimlessly, following.
Just trying to like buff out the scratch on her
Yeah.
armor.
Hey, look, there's my shoe.
No, you're sort of reading the runes, and as Boo was probably explaining what some of them from
reading out loud.
yeah, and sort of telling the story. You're sort of listening intently.
I know some of these runes.
Yeah, you don't really notice much else as Boo. You're sort of intently focused on what Boo is telling you, and really sort of immersing yourself in this storyline and this timeline. And as you move through, Eli, Boo, and Zix, you start to hear this hum that I was talking about as you entered the cavern and the hallway. The hum gets louder and almost uncomfortably loud. Not piercing, not sort of shrilling and shrieking, but loud enough that you notice. Whereas before you were sort of not really paying attention. You also
Zix
notice
is sort of like shaking his head, like almost like,
I don't like it.
Okay, oh, bless. I feel sorry for Zix. And as you go through, I think you've frozen on mine, but hopefully you'll come back. But we can still hear you, which is good. And
Yeah, your camera's frozen.
yeah, it's right. As long as it doesn't dip out, we're good. As you
Yeah.
walking through, all three of you notice, because Kyra's so intent on this story, this timeline, the three of you notice to get suddenly dip in temperature, and uncomfortably cold as well. And you start to remember what old Grig was saying about the unnatural coldness, and as you with a good, some good rolls there, some 20 and 15s and stuff, you notice on the side of these cavern walls that there's ice that starts to form as you're walking, and it's almost like Grig was saying, where it's in veins. It's almost like a vein of ice appears, and then another, and then another. And as you're walking through, you notice that these veins of ice are getting more prominent, and the temperature's dipping a little bit more.
You get a bit chilly, yeah, man.
I agree. So the temperature is dropping unnatural. It's literally dropping unnaturally. It's like
Yes.
it was
From
comfortable,
10
and then all of a
feet
sudden it's
before,
very
yes.
cold. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
from 10
Just making
feet
sure I'm
previous,
understanding
you were
correctly.
comfortable, yeah, and you walked
Yeah.
a matter of paces, and it's almost like you've I don't know if any of you, you get these wind curtains in big openings where they blow hot air to stop the transfer of air. So you almost like you walk through this wall of cold air, and it hits you.
Yeah, following you. Okay.
Walking in from hot outside to the AC inside.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Very cold AC.
All right. Well. Well, I guess we just kind of keep going forward.
Oh, the man. Oh, the man. It's getting kind of cold, man.
I know. I could feel it. But I think we probably need to go ahead and find out the source of the unnatural coldness.
So continuing down the hallway.
I say we continue.
Everyone continuing. No one's backing out.
I haven't noticed anything. So
No,
I'm
you
just gonna follow the party.
you're just really happy to read this story that's written in runes on the wall and carved out. So, okay. So as you're
Zix
going,
does notice
Oh,
the
go on.
chill. He notices the chill. He's sort of like rubbing his arms a bit, but he's just sort of following around. He's a
You-
little bit wary, to be honest. He's not
you-
his average chirpy self.
You got quite a good roll as well, didn't you? You get 15. So Zix, as you're walking along, you notice one of your many vials that have been clunking almost freeze solid almost instantaneously, whilst the others are okay or with various ingredients that won't let it freeze, which is a bit worrying in itself. But one of them freezes over solid as a rock.
Yeah, Zig starts to panic because obviously he knows how volatile these things can be.
Who knows whether it's going to explode?
Yeah, knows how volatile they are, but he's just panicked because he's never seen that before. Yeah, but he's still following along
Okay.
rather nonchalantly.
happy as he is.
I didn't put I didn't put the item I was tinkering with. I didn't put that up in my backpack. Pulled out some traveling clothes.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. So as you're walking along, as I said, you notice all these things, and the hum gets louder. The temperature keeps dropping, and as you notice, Eli, with your 20. You notice as this hum gets uncomfortably loud, you notice a flicker from one of these veins, almost as the vein sort of pulses a little bit and disappears back into the rock. And as you're walking, another one flickers, pulses, and disappears back into the rock. The ice vein is still there, but it's almost like it bulges a little bit and comes back in.
Like the ice itself is bulging out and coming back in, or like a flicker of light that's pulsing outward and then coming
Correct.
back in.
Like a flicker of light that almost comes out of the
Gotcha.
vein and disappears back into the rock. You could mistake it for the vein of ice itself pulsing, but with a 20,
Okay.
you're pretty. You would notice it's not actually the vein of ice. It's a small flicker of light. And as you walk in, oh, go on.
I was just going to say, as I noticed, I kind of blow on my hand a little bit and kind of tentatively touch myself. I was like, and I reach out and kind of rub my finger along the vein.
Ooh, nice. Okay.
Is there a I want to say significant temperature change, but is there any kind of a vibration or something coming from it itself? I'm looking to see if this happens to be the source of the humming.
So give me an investigation check on that one.
Once again, that's not my dump stat. Okay, good.
Oh shit, sorry.
How about a 22?
Why is it not picking up some of these now then? Have I got it in the wrong way round? It's that one. There we go. 22. Perfect. That's pretty damn good. If it's a dump stat, then bloody hell. So you know from that investigation check that the ice isn't the source of the humming. You know it's an effect of something else. And as you're rubbing your hand down it and as you're touching, it's obviously bitter cold.
Mhm.
But just off, not out of the vein of ice, but just off, maybe half a foot to the left, almost like a whisper of light, blue light comes out, and takes over your hand, disappears through your hand, and back into the wall the other side to your right. So it passes through your wrist and disappears.
Oh,
into your
okay.
hand.
So
Yeah.
like if I were holding my hand like this, the
Yeah.
light goes like this, and then
Yeah.
goes like the.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah, almost a bit
Oh, that's
fog-like,
strange.
but of a bluey, icy nature, and it
Okay.
is stone cold through your wrist as it passes through.
I look at my hand and make sure it's still, and wiggle my fingers and make sure they're still working properly.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfectly. Yeah. You ain't got frostbite or anything.
Yeah, I was just okay.
Your
Make
hand's
sure
not gonna fall
my hand
off.
is now not blue and icy
Yeah.
cold and stuff.
Yeah.
Would
Suddenly
Zix
suddenly
see
chill
this
touch actually takes it on a different meaning.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Would
Would
what? Sorry,
Zix see
Zig?
this interaction?
With your perceptions, you would see Eli go over. You probably wouldn't, because his body would be covering as if you're stood behind him. But you'll notice him sort of shiver, shudder as it happens.
Yeah.
No actual I
Yeah.
didn't actually see like the reaction or anything like that.
No, it's only Eli.
kinda-
that's seen-
Yeah, I kind of turn around, looking at my hand, and that was strange. Do your best to avoid touching the ice veins. Nothing seems off, but I did notice when I touched the vein. I was looking to see if the vein was the source of the humming, which is not. But when I touched the vein, the blue light emanating from it passed through my hand as if it was part of the ice vein. It was quite off-putting.
I guess Zix wanders over to Eli rather gingerly and just sort of tries if Eli wills to with his scraggly hands to take Eli's hand and just have a look at it and see if he can understand.
He reaches out and
guess
says,
so.
he looks out. I don't notice anything different, but to your goblin eyes, you may see something different.
So what are you looking for,
Yeah.
Zix? Sorry, are you?
Any sort of magical there's no detect magic going on here, but just simply just trying to use his, I guess, back end knowledge to of reactions and various elements to see if it's made any real change or
Okay.
if there's anything he can surmise from it.
Yeah. So give me an Arcana check, I guess.
Cool.
6. No. So in all fairness, there is nothing abnormal about Eli's wrist. You notice it's probably a little bit with a 6. All you notice is just a little bit colder than the rest of his arm, from sort of mid sort of forearm down to the wrist and the hand, but nothing other than that. So as you guys, Eli's inspecting the vein, and Zix is sort of looking at Eli's hand and that. Kyra, you notice a humming coming as you're looking at these two investigating this wall. You notice a louder humming coming behind you, and as the humming comes, you hear almost like a whisper coming with the humming, a very faint whispery voice on the wind with this hum, and as you guys are inspecting it and Boo's taking a little bit of interest in what's going on with the Eli and Zix, You all hear, and you're taken over by this huge like shriek of, and it gets louder and louder, and these two blue lights emanate from the wall, and they come out either side of you as you're passing through. So, if you would all like to roll me the initiative.
Oh,
Here we
okay.
go.
Lord.
Roll what?
If you roll for initiative, Boo,
Okay.
I'm going to attempt to do this on BTT. So, I hide that. Okay. So let's go. Let's do
Doing pretty
this,
good, gang.
Do this. Doing all right so far. I thought someone was going to take some damage in the bloody.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Very sorry to disappoint you.
Okay, so.
How do we
hopefully-
access the map?
So hopefully you can see it on
Yes.
screen. So
I
you'll
cannot.
walk, if you look at the Discord, you should be able to see the map in the little VTT that I'm sharing.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I see. Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully, if it's worked, I should have flicked through a lot of layers to get to this map. Okay, so if you read them out, sorry, rather than me trying to trail up back through the initiatives. What have we got? Okay. Go on. So we got 25 to 20.
I got a 23, I believe.
23. Shit the bed. Okay, Eli.
Zix and Kyra got 19.
So 19 for Zix. Who rolled first? Do you want to do a rollies? D20. Who goes first?
Go for it.
So if you roll D20, Zix and Kyra, you roll D20 as well.
Sure.
Take it away, Kyra.
Okay, Kyra first. Hey.
There you go.
Zix. Okay.
I wasted a 20 on that.
The ideal situation, to be honest.
And then Boo, you 17 did you get, Boo?
Yeah.
Fucking hell, some high rolls there. Glad I pre-rolled my encounter. Right, so all of you go first, apart from that. Right, okay. So you should be able to see. I don't know if this is zooming in at the same time as well. We'll have to do that. Okay, let's do that.
There you go.
Works.
So if you launch the D&D thing, you should be able to move your own characters. If you don't want to, then I can move them. That's not a problem.
How do you do that? Because I would like to move my character.
Okay, so in D&D Beyond, in the top right, I think it says launch maps.
Yeah.
Launch game, I think it says.
Launch
It's a-
game or
It's a
something
little
like that.
play button.
The top
It's a little
right
play
should be a little
button at the
play.
top.
Hold on a minute. I'm in I'm on my character sheet.
Top right. Little
Top
Oh,
play
there we go.
button.
Launch game. Woohoo! Go me. Got it.
Go technology. Right,
Technology
2
is our
seconds.
friend.
Right, so there we go. So as you've come in, you should be able to zoom in and out as well. Perfectly.
Okay, cool.
So as I said, as you guys, you hear this massive shrill, and these blue, ghostly, ghastly-like figures appear from either side of the wall as you're running through, or making your way through and inspecting all of it. So, Eli, you were up first with your 23. What would you like to do?
Well,
Forget
that's
the
one
num-
thing.
Sorry,
Yeah.
forget the numbers on the ice wraith, by the way.
No, I'm not concerned about that. What I want to do, the first thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and just toss my. Can I ping on this?
You should be able
How
to.
do
I
I
think it's
ping?
bottom, third one up from the bottom. There's a ping and point.
Ah, there we go. I want to toss my torch somewhere in this area here.
Yeah.
Hang on. If I can.
Yeah. So you're at the back,
Nice.
aren't you? So let me order you. Sorry, I'm just going to grab you quickly. So
That's fine.
Boo would have been here, Eli would have been here, and you two would have been examining this, and Kira, you'd have been
Right.
sort of here. Okay, so yeah, you'd be able to toss it sort of just around the corner a little bit, I suppose.
Yeah, and then I want to go ahead and shoot, I can't really. I'd like the bonus action hide, but that's not going to happen this time because I can't break line of sight with this one. I would think. So I'm going to go ahead and move here.
Yep.
And attempt to actually I'm going to go ahead and cast bless on the three of you.
Lovely.
Perfect.
Thank you ever so much.
So I think I can put. I've seen it before. Oh, not you.
Nice. Close.
Nearly.
So I sneeze and say bless you.
So you want to
So-
blessed.
Yep.
Okay.
Each of you have a D4 for any saving throws or attack rolls.
Nice. So
Cool.
you add the
Nice.
D4 if you, as and when. Is that a time, isn't it? Is that 1 minute or something like that, or is it?
It's a minute
indefinite?
or until I
minute.
break concentration.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So it's Kyra with Zix up afterwards.
Can I squeeze past Eli? Or is he
Yes.
kind of like blocking the chokehold?
No,
No,
you're definitely able to squeeze past. Yeah.
Yeah, you can walk through. You can walk through friendlies as long as you don't stop.
Okay,
Yeah.
sweet deal. So how far is this ice wraith from me?
I think if you can measure, which
It's
one
like
are you? 1 or
15
4?
Okay, 15 feet. One is 15 feet away. So
Yeah.
she is going to. Kyra's going to draw her flame tongue warhammer
Oh shit.
and use her bonus action to set the hammer ablaze. So any additional damage or attacks that hit, she'll deal additional 2d6.
Nice.
Nice.
And then she'll use her movement to. How do we grab you? To go up to that first ice wraith. And then she will 15 feet of her movement to attack.
Okay. So you roll in to swing with your hammer, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is, yeah. And so is that 23? And that's without the 1d4 from Bless.
Oh shit, yeah, it's gonna.
Does 23 hit?
Yeah, definitely. So roll for damage.
Okay. So it's 1d8 plus 5. So 12 bludgeoning damage, and then an additional 2d6 of fire damage for a total of 22.
22 damage. Hell's bells, okay. Nice.
So
Nice
that's
to see
12
you, Rafe.
bludgeoning, 10 fire.
Nice. So, as Kyra sort of meanders past Eli, you see Eli. You just see Kyra's hand go across this warhammer, and it just sets ablaze. And as you come down, you bring it as a huge smash straight into the shoulder of this ice wraith, and it's rocked. It's ghostly, so your hammer almost hits it and doesn't stop it dead. It's almost like hitting treacle, but it does rock, and it lets out this like proper wail of a. Okay, Zix, up for you.
Right. Okay.
Here we
So,
go. Here we go.
I guess out of character, if I'm casting spells and stuff, because I'm a bit of a noob when it comes to casting, do I have to worry about line of sight in terms of other people? Like, do I have to worry about firing things past people, or?
If
would
it's
s-
if it's an attack spell, like you have to roll to attack, you don't really have to
Yep.
worry about it. But if it's an
No.
area of effect spell, is where you need to kind of think about what you want to do.
Cool. Okay, that's fine then.
So I would say
Cool,
in
cool,
this
cool.
cavern though, forget the image a little bit, it's quite a tall cavern, so you'd be able to see Ice
Yeah.
Wraith 4 and you'd be able to throw it over the top of Eli and Boo.
I got you. Right, so Zix is gonna stay put, I think. Let me just. Yeah, Zix is staying put. So he kind of like has a look around the situation, and he almost kind of readies himself a bit, I guess, and his eyes start glowing deeper red. He reaches into his backpack or onto his belt. He goes blue and cold, blue and cold, blue and cold, red, and he just gets this cask out from his belt, shakes it, and it starts to glow orange. He looks at Ice Wraith 4 and just throws this glowing cask at Ice Wraith 4
Fluff
Okay.
and Nutter.
in a fiery bolt manner.
in a fiery bolt essence. Do you have
Yeah.
to roll to hit on that, or
Yes.
Yeah.
So probably misses, I guess. Plus
Plus a
5
D4.
on that.
Don't
a
forget you got a D4.
Let's do the D4. Let's make sure we land this, shall we? Nice. So 9. So 14 in total for attack.
14?
9.
What? To hit, you mean?
Yeah.
Yep. 14 just hits. Yep.
And then we roll the effect, which is 1d10. 9 damage.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Cool. So as you throw this this red glowing vial over the top of Eli, you see it land in front of you, Eli, and explode onto this ice wraith, and another shrill comes out as it hits and impacts and explodes, and glass goes everywhere and fire goes everywhere. Okay. So is that your turn?
Oh. Wow.
Sorry, I forgot to ask for you guys as well. You have to
Just a
shout at me if you want to do anything else.
There is a thing I can do, but I'm not going to. Yeah, so pass turn.
Okay. So, I will. Eli, as you look to your sort of left, you see Ice Wraith glow up, and it disappears in the one wall and comes out right in front of you into the through the wall in front of you, and as it's sort of hovering there and brings up a claw, and it's going in for a frostbite claw attack. To hit is +5, so I guess a 9 isn't going to hit.
No, sir.
And so he comes in with a claw, it misses, and he comes back in, he rails back up, and he comes in with another claw. Oh, fuck me. This is rolling shit. A 10 is going to hit, or not?
No, sir.
No. So
No, sir.
as this ice wraith comes out the wall and starts swinging claws at you, you manage to evade one of them, and the other one scrapes down the side of the wall as it's swinging its claws at you. And that's its turn. So, Boo, you're up.
Okay. Ooh, 2,
Something else to drink. Ugh.
15, 20 feet, and cast Firebolt
Yep.
on Ice Raid 4.
Okay.
Thanks, mate.
Oh, this is at will.
Yeah, you
Will?
can cast it any time as a cantrip, but you need to still need to roll a d20 to hit.
A D20.
So you should have next to the cantrip where it's in your abilities and spells, I believe. You should have a to hit number if you're reading it. So where your inventory was, you'll have abilities, spells, all that sort of thing. If you go to
So it has +5.
So if you literally just click the number, it should roll to hit and
D10, it
add
doesn't
anything
have
on.
Box to hit.
Click the +5 one. There you go.
Yeah, that's it. 14, yeah, that hits. So then if you roll the box next to it, it will say like whatever the damage is. Is it that one there? I guess that 1d10. But if you hit it again,
I want to use to add. You got to roll.
should just be next to it, where the to hit button that you just clicked. It should be just to the right. There should be another button that says damage or something like that. Oh, there you go. 7 damage. Nice.
7 damage.
Nice.
Okay. So 7.
And
Okay.
I want to use a lucky die.
Yep. So what are you rolling for now, Boo?
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage on the ice ray?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Do you... Okay.
Lucky trait.
So what does that... Is it a 10 or higher? How does the... Sorry, Eli... Zix, I'll probably
Hold
use
on.
your knowledge on this one.
Hold on a second.
Please
I'm not
hold.
familiar. Yeah. Give me 1 second here.
Let me
Is it
grab
a
a beer
feat
quick.
or is it a
I think you had
Is it
this,
a-
didn't
It's
you,
a-
Gribbs?
It's a
race?
It's yeah.
A race
it's
feature.
lucky.
Okay.
You can do luck once per day.
Okay. Let me go down and look at it here. Lucky. Here it is. Lucky. You have a number of luck points equal to proficiency bonus you can spend on the benefits below. You can, when a creature rolls a d20 for an attack roll, you can spend 1 luck point to impose a disadvantage on that roll. So the
So you
next
have to
time
wait
it comes,
till-
the next time it comes around to attack, he'll have disadvantage on his roll.
Okay, so it's not a reduction of number,
No,
it's just
no.
a disadvantage.
No,
Perfect.
it's disadvantage.
Okay,
Yeah.
got you. Thank you for that, Boo. My Ice Reef number 4 now has disadvantage. Okay,
Well, we
Cool.
can't let you win.
no. Boo, is that your turn? You want to do anything else?
Yes, and that's a feat, so that's not my bonus. I still got bonus action.
Don't know.
When you spend a luck point, it's part of an action of some sort.
So you would have attacked with the firebolt, which was your action, and then
Action.
your bonus action would have been your luck.
I
your
think.
Luck.
I think. Doesn't say whether it's a bonus action or not. So, no,
I'll tell you-
I'm looking here, and I'm assuming he's going to get his.
Bonus
Bonus
action.
action also.
Yeah, no, fine.
Yeah.
I was going to say for this instance, Boo, have your bonus action as well.
Uh,
We'll have to keep it the same as if you do it as well, Gribbler.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll just use it if you want to cast it. It's fine. Is it once per day, wasn't it?
twice.
Proficiency bonus. Yeah, proficiency bonus.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Okay. So bonus action, Boo.
Active blade bond. That summons my spear.
Okay. Yeah.
And I thought it at 1.
No, that's it. You're done. Your action economy is done.
Yeah.
You've done your bonus action. You've done your action to cast the firebolt. You've done your bonus action to summon your spear.
And you've cast your
So
luck.
you've
We're
got-
rocking and
yeah.
rolling.
I can't
Yeah.
throw it. I just have it ready.
Not yet. Yeah, you have it ready.
Yes,
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
That's it.
Now we're to Ice Reef number 1. So
Yeah.
this is
Good
gonna
luck to him.
come down, and it's going to starts swinging at Kyra as it's just taken a huge blow from this fiery hammer. So I think it was a plus. What's this ice wraith again?
You wouldn't dare.
Oh my god, that's 14 hit?
I am offended
It
by
just
that fact.
does not.
Does not hit. Oh, these ice wraiths
The
are rolling
audacity,
terrible.
man.
We got some large boys and girls up front.
18. 18's better, so 18 plus 5. 23 hit, hopefully. Come on, Ice Wraith.
Yes.
Cool.
That hits.
Okay, so we take
Boo.
2d6. Boo! So you take 4 plus 4, so you take 8 cold damage as he misses with one claw, and then he comes back and he swipes under your armpit and across your chest with the other claw. So
I would
that's
like to
8.
Cast Hellish Rebuke.
Oh yeah,
Yes, let's go.
tiefling bastard. Yeah.
Yeah, you tiefling.
And that's a
Yo.
dex save of 11 DC.
Ooh, okay. So
Zix is like skipping on like in his place. Like,
Yeah.
3, 11.
more chaos.
What am I rolling? DC. So it's 11. So 14 he got. So he's
You save.
saving it. So is that half damage? Or
You
was
take
that...
you take half damage. So
Okay. Hit me, brother.
sorry. So
Sister.
that is 7 points of fire damage reduced to half.
7. So that's 4. It's rounded
Good
up in it.
save.
So it's 4. I think. Ice Reef 1 takes 4 points of damage. Nice. Okay. So he lashes with the claw, and then he gets this fiery inferno straight back in his face. Perfect. So we're back to the top of the round with Eli, and then
All right.
Kyra on deck.
All right. I am going to move around this way,
Okay.
10 feet. I'm going to go ahead and attack this cold creature that wants to try to freeze my giblets.
Frozen giblets,
No one
man.
likes frozen giblets.
No, and then I'm going to go ahead and roll that damage, and then my sneak attack damage. So we're looking at
You bastardy rogue.
5.
Bastards.
Did my sneak attack damage come up?
Hold.
No.
Please hold.
Okay, let me try it again. There we go.
A dagger
There you go.
damage and a 3, so it's 8
Nice.
points of damage.
8 total points of
Mhm.
damage. That is correct. And I'm
that's
going
on
to
4.
bonus action disengage.
Okay.
10, 15. Yeah, to here.
Okay. Okay, so as you come round, you jab this dagger through this sort of ghostly ice wraith, and it wails. This proper lets out a scream. As you hit it and move away, it lets out this wail, and this cold emanates. It's like this cold pulse. So as you hit it and move away, it's going to roll as a thing. So you take 6 cold as you hit it with your dagger, and it emanates this pulse.
Oh, gotcha.
I forgot with Kyra when it
That's
hits
okay.
him with his hammer. Her
Gotcha.
hammer. Okay.
I yell out, "Careful when you hit it with a hand weapon! It emanates a cold."
Fuck. I saw it before you said it. Fuck.
Does Eli just take that damage, or is it anybody?
No,
No,
it's
Cool.
when it's hit with a melee.
Yeah, it's a mechanic that's in
Yeah.
the game. If you hit it with a melee weapon, you take that damage. It's sort of like your Hellish Rebuke,
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
but there's no
Okay.
saving throw. It's an automatic thing.
Kyra with Zix afterwards.
Okay. So
You would actually see more of this corridor as you fight in. Sorry, carry on.
No, carry on. You're good.
I'll
concentrating
remove it
your
as
item.
you're fighting, Kyra.
Oh shit!
As
Oh shit!
Skylet,
Oops!
Maybe
Kyra,
Whoops.
Oops!
Kyra hears Eli say it anyway, and goes ahead and attacks with a melee anyway.
Goes for it anyway. I like it. I like her
Yeah,
style.
that's fine.
So that's 14. If that doesn't hit, I can add the D4 for
14
bless.
just hits.
Cool. And then 1d8 plus 5. So that's 10 bludgeoning. And then an additional 9 fire.
Okay. So as you swing this this hammer of ablaze, you hit it and it wails. And how do you want to do it?
Sweet.
Nice.
Yeah, so with the hammer ablaze, it's one-handed hammer and the shield in the other. She just looks at Eli and says, I'm going to do this anyway. Slacks her shield and just swings just to dissipate it.
Swings anyway. Nice. And I don't know if it takes the let's give you the benefit of the doubt, and you won't take the damage as it's dead. I'm gonna ring them, and it sort of actually no, I won't. Sorry, I'm figuring this out as I go along. So it sort of as you swing it and you shout that and you hit it, and it sort of disappears in a foggy sort of dissipates. Sorry, in a foggy mess against the wall. And the wall itself turns to that ice again and just sort of freezes over. Okay. Okay.
And then that ends the no bonus action, but she's going to use her movement to come down and go after Ice Wraith 4 because we haven't seen anything else.
Not yet.
We haven't seen that other creature up
You
there.
haven't seen
Correct.
number 3 or anything.
She has not deduced the other numbers than 1 and 4, and that ends her turn.
The ice, I guess, is when you move away, isn't it? Or can the ice wraith make a reaction? I don't think it has actually. Let me read.
What are you trying to do?
So as you come into range with it, does it do anything? I'm just
No, not unless it has a specific
if you
thing.
leave.
Yeah, I think it's when you
usually
leave
only
the
when
5
you-
feet,
There's
but
no attack of opportunity.
yeah, I don't think it's because it's already in combat. It doesn't do anything with it.
Right.
Okay.
The only thing that would change that is somebody has polearm master. They can use the butt end of their polearm to make an attack
nice.
if somebody comes in.
Cool. Okay, Zix with Boo after.
Yeah, so Zix just looking at Ice Wraith 4 again. You're looking chilly. And just throws another fire cask. So I'm going to add my D4 to that because that's a little bit rough.
Oh no.
Okay, so we're at 12.
12 misses. So
Misses.
as you throw the cask, you trip a little bit on the bit of this ice, and it flies straight past the ice wraith and into the wall behind and explodes and dissipates.
Yeah, he's like, just loves it. Falls flat on his face, pulls himself back up, puts like a devilish sort of grin on his face, like, and then he's going to expend 2 sorcery points to cast it again on his bonus action.
Nice.
So we'll give it another go. Not much better, unfortunately.
Oh,
Yeah, that's pretty
no,
good.
Meets it, beats it. So
Does that
hits.
hit? Or
Yeah.
it hits? Okay,
Just.
cool. I'm happy. Less happy about the damage, but it's damage nonetheless.
2 damage.
2 damage.
Nice. So, as you throw the
Just
second
casks
one,
flying everywhere.
just glass going everywhere and fire exploding from a hammer and vials and so as you hit it, it sort of ricochets off of its shoulder and neck, and the glass disintegrates behind it, and the fire just sort of takes hold of its neck and around its head area, and it takes out a massive whale, and it's but yeah, it's not looking great. So over to Boo with the ice wraith next.
Light him up. Light him up. So boo man. Frame on, man.
I just have this image of this tiny rock gnome with a massive afro. Just starts
Yeah.
saying it. It's cool.
Great.
Brilliant.
17 definitely hits.
Let's go, Boo.
Unless you roll. Oh, okay. So as you throw your firebolt, obviously it's gonna smash into this ice wraith. How does it look, Boo? How did he disintegrate into nothingness?
As I shoot this, as Woo Woo shoots his fireball, he cups his hands together and he let loose the fireball, and it engulfs this ice wave,
Nice.
and you just see it start to melt like Frosty the Snowman into a puddle.
So like a Hadouken style, is it? Sort of like a boosh and a melt. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Zix is just clapping uncontrollably now.
So as it wails and this firebolt hits it, it screams and again disappears into dust, and the floor goes slightly icy around it. And shock horror, as you'd imagine, as that happens. Where's my screen gone? There it is.
Lipstick and 7 arrives.
Yeah. Ice Wraith number 3, you're up. Ice Wraith number 2, you're up. And 2 more.
All right,
Ice
let's
Wraith
do
number
this.
2. Reveal yourself.
Come out the down the stairwell and ta-da!
Oh,
Jazz hands
fantastic.
out of the wall. These are jazz-handed ice wraiths. So as it
Nice.
comes out, oh god, out of this wall, and this is an archway here, so it comes through this bit of the wall and presents itself. So Boo, you were up. Eli, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
All right. I would like this one.
To rage.
Yeah, I'd like to rage. This one here.
Yeah.
Number 3. To make a DC 11 dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw of +3. 11, is it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I got 16.
Okay, never mind. A flame, a flash of radiant light appears, and as it comes down, it splits and dissipates, doing no damage to
Nice. I like the descriptions of how we're rolling it now. It's pretty cool. Okay, so the ice wraith looks and sort of starts howling and looks directly at you, Eli, as you've thrown that.
I wave at it.
Hiya.
How's it going? That was just to get your attention.
So it's looking directly at you now, number 3. And Kyra, you're up.
Let me see if I can get to either of you. Okay, just 30 feet. Okay, I can get to Ice Wraith too. So Kyra will use all 30 of her movement to run forward to Ice Wraith 2, and just, you know what? It seems to be working, so she's gonna make another attack with her Flame Tongue Warhammer.
Nice.
That is a 23 to hit.
Okay, you're rolling pretty well. These ice wraiths are rolling
That was-
shit. Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hits.
So with the Blazing Hammer, that is 13 bludgeoning, an additional 7
Jesus
fire damage.
Christ.
Nice.
20 damage. Okay, now this ice wraith takes a massive wail. As you swing in, it starts screaming, and as it takes a big hit with this glowing hammer, and again, as you swing, it screams and this pulse hits out, and it's cold and it rushes through your body, and you take 3, 1d6, 4 cold damage as you do.
Oh I almost put 44. Okay.
No, not that powerful.
I can't
Christ.
save you from that. Dad.
Man down, man, woman down. Okay. Zix, you're up with Boo after.
Yep. So Zix is
Right.
going to move around the corner.
Yep.
So he's into view. And yeah, he's going to grab another vial from his belt.
He is flinging vials.
E5 Pro Fun, I smell a fizzy one.
And lobs a
Men.
orb of DC. That sucks. Hello, can you hear me? Yep,
Yeah, yeah,
cool.
yeah. We got you.
I'm gonna lob a cask that is changing rapidly. The colours are changing rapidly. They're
Yeah.
fizzing. It's rather chaotic in nature.
Changing black, blue,
and-
green, orange, purple.
Yeah, that's it. So we're gonna lob that one over at him. That's a 21.
Hits. Yep, yep. You guys are
Awesome.
fucking
So,
hitting.
Which
one? Sorry,
I'll
which one did you
say
throw it at?
the
Just out of interest.
first 8 of the 2 is the deciding factor of what is in the vial.
Okay.
So it's 4. So I will use the first D8 for the actual decider of what the damage type is. So
Mhm.
that will be force damage.
Nice. I'll just
Um,
check if it's
So
any
that's
stats against force.
all right.
No, you're good. Yeah. Okay.
And
Carry
then
on.
I've got to
carry on.
roll. And then I've got to roll a D6 for extra damage on top of that.
Oh, fuck me. Okay.
So just an extra 1. So
8 damage.
it's 8 damage in total.
And which ice wraith were you throwing at? Uh-oh. Zix, don't leave.
Oh no.
Oh no. I'm gonna say, would he have thrown it at 3? Yes, he probably would have. So it's 8 damage.
Yeah, 8 damage in total. Sorry, I'm bobbing in and out here, unfortunately. Yeah, 8 damage in total. That's yeah,
At 3, yeah? Ice Wraith 3?
force damage at 3. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So 8 force damage. So 6, okay. Okay. So as you throw this chaotic orb, it just bolts back. Does it have to make, I guess it's just force, does it get pushed anywhere with this force? I don't know if it says it normally, but it takes a big shud and sort of half of its body disappears into the wall behind and it sort of floats back out.
Sounds fantastic.
There we go. Okay, Boo, you're up next.
I had a game question.
Yeah.
So this innate sorcery, twice per long rest, you can take a bonus action to unleash the simmering magic within you for 1 minute. It doesn't have a box for attacker. So how does that work?
So I think
So
you just...
innate sorcery, from what I can understand, just means that for 1 minute you get 2 buffs. So your spell save on your sorcerer spells increase by 1, so they make it 1 harder for the enemy to defend against it, and you have advantage on attack rolls of any spells that you cast. But that's all for 1 minute. I believe we can do it twice per long rest. Correct
Nice.
me if I'm wrong.
That's the bonus action.
Yeah. So you
Okay.
have your
Yes.
attack roll. You can use your bonus action to cast it on yourself, and then use your normal attack to do something serious to an ice wraith. Using that innate ability, I guess.
Okay. So me pulling this clockwork that I was tinkering on
Oh, nice.
out of my backpack, would that be an action?
No, you're just equipping a clockwork thing on you. You can use your action to do what you're going to do with it. So your bonus action would be to give yourself that innate ability, and then your action would be pull it out your bag and
Do sum up with it.
do something with it. Throw it.
pull that out, throw it, and to activate it would be a bonus action. So I want to throw it and use the back to activate it and make it blow up in fire.
Oh, okay. So you're throwing a hand grenade, basically, a clockwork hand grenade at an ice wraith.
Yeah.
I like it. Go on then. So roll to hit.
Roll to hit with what?
If you do a
Fireball.
is it a firebolt or is it a piece of equipment?
It's a piece of equipment.
Okay, so roll a normal. How would it be? Would it be? I guess a improvised weapon type scenario.
Is he casting a spell?
No, he's just throwing an object.
Oh, it's throwing an object. Okay, yeah.
So it'd be. It wouldn't be an
Improvised
unarmed
weapon,
strike.
yeah.
It'd be just an improvised weapon, wouldn't it? I'll tell you what. Just roll a d20,
Okay.
and I'll tell you if it hits. 13 meets it, beats it. So you hit it, or it lands at its feet, or at it.
How would I roll damage?
So the roll of
Hold on
damage.
right quick, guys.
Does it say?
I'll be right back.
Okay, mate.
I'll be right back.
No worries. Does anyone need to take a courtesy break a minute, or is everyone good to carry on?
If we get to the top, I was going to say, if we get to the top of the round, we could probably do something like that. But
Yeah, take a little little courtesy break. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll roll the damage on that in a sec when Boo comes back then. So Ice Wraith number 3 has just seen Eli throw this thing at its feet. So it's going to dip in and out the walls, down through the wall here, and come in for a claw attack.
Shit.
So it's gonna, let me find it. So we roll in. So +5. So 15 hit or not?
That'll hit.
Okay, and then we're taking. Claw attack is 2d6, so you're taking 5. 1. So you take 6 points of cold
Okay.
damage.
So how would I do that damage?
Sorry, 2 seconds, Boo. So you just take 6 points of cold damage, Eli.
Gotcha.
As 2 claws come in and
Ow!
sear across your chest in ice.
Mother. Plus, bucket, that hurt.
What would normally be a firebolt die roll?
10. It's a D10. for a
D10.
fireball.
Yeah,
Okay.
D10.
So if you roll a D10, Boo. $13? Or was that the hit, wasn't it? Oh, 8. Okay. I was going to say D10 on a 13. Okay, so
That's pretty good.
fair play. Yeah. Rolling really well.
How'd you do that?
Yeah. So Boo, which one were you throwing the tinkering ticking time bomb at? Was it 3 or 2? Just for my reference of HP.
Back. I thought it was 6. I mean, 3. 3.
Ice Wraith
Said
3.
3.
Yep. Okay.
Yes.
So he's before he's seared down towards Eli. This little ticking timepiece has just exploded underneath him as he's come over the top of it, and he is down to so it's 8 damage. Okay. Okay. So that's Boo. That's Ice Wraith 3, and then Ice Wraith 2 is as he's just taken a blow from Kyra. So it's 8. Sorry, bear with 16. Okay. He's gonna, or he or she, whatever it is gonna take a swing with a 19,
That hits.
and then 2d6. Oh, that's a 6. Oh shit, that's 2 6s. That's 12. That's two top d6s. That's 12 cold damage.
Still standing, and I would like to hellish rebuke.
Oh shit, I forgot about that. Okay.
That would be 5.
5 damage to 2.
5 fire damage.
Okay. So as it swings, it's completely forgotten about the other ice wreck, and just taken this wall of fire to the face, and it lets out this wail. And you see it sort of go a bit limp for a second, Kyra, and then come back to life and wail a bit more. So we are back to the top with Eli. So if we take a short rest break, if that's all right with you guys,
That'd be great.
and give it
Yeah.
sort of 5-10 minutes, if that's okay.
Sounds good.
Cool. I'll see you guys in a sec.
Shadows rise, the dice are cast, legends forged in echoes past. Steel and spell, the fates entwine, bound by oath and arcane sign. Roll the dice, the stars ignite, heroes rise to claim the night. Blade and fire, storm and steel, stand together, fate is real. Through the dark, the path unknown, whispers call from ancient stone. Trials test the strong and wise. Will you fall or will you rise? Battle cries, the clash of war. Thunder cracks, one row, one more. Destiny calls, hear the sound. Stand your ground, don't back down. Roll the dice, the stars ignite. Heroes rise to claim the night. Victory or death untold. Dare you chase the tales of old? The adventure begins. The adventure The adventure begins. Shadows rise, the dice are cast, legends forged in echoes past. Steel and spell, the fates entwine, bound by oath and arcane sign. Roll the dice, the stars ignite, heroes rise to claim the night. Blade and fire, storm and steel, stand together, fate is real. Through the dark, the path unknown, whispers call from ancient stone. Trials test the strong and wise. Will you fall or will you rise? Battle cries, the adventure begins. Shadows rise, the dice are cast, legends forged in echoes past. Steel and spell, the fates entwine, bound by oath and arcane sign. Roll the dice, the stars ignite, heroes rise to claim the night. Blade and fire, storm and steel, stand together, fate is real. Through the dark, the path unknown, whispers call from ancient stone. Trials test the strong and wise. Will you fall or will you rise? Battle cries, the clash of war. Thunder cracks, one row, one more. Destiny calls, hear the sound. Stand your ground, don't back down.
Okay, welcome back. We are in the midst of an ice wraith battle, where we've already slayed 2 of them, and we are back to it. I'll just move the map down where we can see. Perfect. Okay, so we're back to the top of the round with Eli. Just taken
All
a
right.
slash from an ice wraith 3.
Yep, I have taken a rather large gash of freezing. My blood is freezing to my chest as we speak. All right, so bonus action disengage. I'm going to drop back to here,
Nice.
and then I'm going to cast my last first level spell and cast Cure Wounds on myself
Understandable.
for 17 points. Nice.
Oh, that's a
I maxed it out.
Bloody
I'm back
good.
up to full.
2d8 plus 1, and you got an 8 and an 8 and a plus 1. We couldn't ask for
I'm
anything
back up
better.
to full.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. Fair play. This ice wraith just looks around like, what the fuck? Where did he go? Okay, nice.
I say sorry, fellas, but now I can at least keep you alive.
Is that your turn? Are you obviously using movement? You got your action. Yeah.
Yep, that's my turn.
Sound. Okay. Kyra with Zix on deck.
Okay. Kara's gonna use her bonus action to use her second wind and regain 1d10 plus 3 hit points.
Yep.
So that'll be 2 plus 3, so she regains 5.
Nice.
And then she is going to attack, hoping that this takes out this race.
He loves it. She's swinging.
We're still blessed, right? It hasn't worn off.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
you're still
It
blessed.
has not
Yeah.
gone away. Oh,
Yeah.
shoot. I forgot to roll a concentration check on that.
17
my
plus
bad.
20.
Sorry.
So
Yeah, mine too.
22 hits.
22?
Yep. Yeah,
Alright.
22 definitely hits.
So that'll be 12 bludgeoning.
Oh. Fuck.
Get fucked.
But don't worry about the roll in the rest of it. How would you like to do
is
this
the
one?
fun part.
Oh, go on. No, sorry, go on.
No, it's cool. It's cool. And this time she's pretty pissed, so she'll just kind of just take its head off with the flame, and then where the head's missing, just let it, like the fire, burn away the rest of the mist wraith. Just kind
Oh,
of mopping
fuck.
up what was left up.
Nice. So as the warhammer just drops down through the body of the ice wraith, it's almost like turning into steam and dissipating around that hammer, and that is one deaded ice wraith. Nice.
And that ends her turn.
Okay. Zix, You're up.
Okay. Zix is feeling fiery.
I love
as
these
he always
icons.
is.
Sorry, everyone, if anyone's watching on stream or anything like that, I'm going to zoom in because these are some cool ass fucking tokens here. I don't know if you guys can see them. So we got an Afro Boo Woody. We got Eli looking stern and sinister. Zix looking like an absolute nutcase. And there's a slender looking Cairo. That looks cool as fuck.
They're cool tokens, I'm telling you.
Yeah, fair play to you lot for creating these awesome characters. Okay, sorry. Go on, Zix. Hit him.
No, you're all right. So he's feeling fiery. He's feeling spicy. So
Hot potato.
he's lobbing the firebolt at Mr. Ice Wraith 3.
Mhm.
Gingerly, and then he's gonna use his many blessings to enforce the situation.
Oh, no. Still don't
what
miss.
was that?
Still misses.
So
That's 12
okay,
in total, isn't it?
then in that case, he's pretty upset with the whole situation. Starts having a bit of a paddy, stomping his feet, and I'm going to actually shit. I can't. We are gonna pass turn.
Using no movement or bonus?
No movement, no bonus.
Okay. Sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Boo, you're up next with Ice Wraith 3, if it survives.
Yeah, man. Fireball. Flame
go
on,
for it.
man.
Mint.
I want to use that bless.
Yeah,
so that's gonna be an advantage, right?
no, not advantage. I think you
1d4.
throw your to hit die, and if you need to add the blessed, which is the D4, you can. 18 hits, so you're good.
Nice.
You're good. You're good.
Huge.
You guys have, well, other than Zix, you've hit everything.
Yeah,
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, missed 2, slipped on a bit of ice, didn't you? So three firebolt damage.
Yeah. And I'm gonna do the innate sorcery.
Mm-hmm. And you go. What you rolling to add extra
I
damage?
think you're already.
Yeah.
I think you might be already innately sorcered, Boo.
It will last for a minute, I think, doesn't it? So it's like 10 rounds of combat. So you'll have advantage anyway. So you've already got. It's like rage on a barbarian, I think, isn't it? Pretty much.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. So you'll
that's-
have that
that's
for
something
1
I gotta
minute
do
where.
before my action.
Yeah, you already have that from your last action, from your last turn. So if you need advantage, you probably could roll advantage to see if you get a crit on that firebolt if you wanted, but it's fine. So
Okay,
you
cool.
already got that, so you got a bonus action now, and movement if you want it.
Movement.
Cool.
Move right here.
Yep. Okay. Any bonus action?
No.
No, you're good. Okay. So as you firebolt the Ice Wraith number 3, and another vial of fire from Zix hits the wall behind him and explodes. It's all kicking off a little bit. So Ice Wraith is going to go straight into Boo and swing some claws. And plus 5, so 9, 14 Is your AC 14, Boo?
Nope.
Is your AC higher,
My
I'm
AC
assuming?
is higher.
Okay, so that doesn't hit.
Higher.
So it comes in with another one. 19 hit?
Yes.
19 hits. So 2d6, that's a 3 and a 4. So that's 7 points of cold damage. Okay, so just taking a firebolt, streams right over, and then takes one claw into your shoulder of cold damage as you pass it. Okay, we're back to the top with Eli.
All right. Excuse me. I do have line of sight, so I need this ice wraith to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh shit, I love these. Okay, hang on, bear with, let me get his stats. So wisdom saving throw, so that's +1 d20. Okay, 16.
Okay, never mind. A bell appears over its head and it wings back and forth a couple times
Oh,
and
nice.
stops, but makes no noise as it dissipates.
Oh,
As I attempt to cast Toll the Dead.
nice. Nice. Okay, any movement?
No, I'm staying right there.
Okay. Kyra with Zix up next.
DM, if I want to drop my hammer and switch to my trident, would that be a full action, or is it okay if I just draw and just free action?
No, I'll let you do it as a
Drop
free.
the trident.
Free is fine, yeah. To
All right.
switch out.
So she'll drop her warhammer, and the flame goes out as it hits the ground, and she draws her trident. So she's gonna make a ranged attack
Oh, nice.
with her trident because she doesn't like getting hit with close melee anymore. So she's gonna make an attack with her trident. That is 2 + 7, but we're still blessed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
7
that is
won't hit.
an 8.
8 won't hit, no. So you throw the trident and it almost like makes a hollow in its body that it just goes straight through and into the wall behind.
So she's gonna bonus action because as an Eldritch Knight, she can bond weapons and cast them back into her hand. Bonus
Shit,
action,
yeah.
summon it back,
Nice.
and action surge to try again.
Okay, perfect. Go for it.
See if that works. 18 this time.
18 definitely
Good
hits.
shit.
Yeah.
All right, cool. And this time she throws her her trident for a total of 8 damage.
Oh shit. So this time it hits and sticks into the shoulder of this ice wraith, and it looks down and there's this big trident sticking out, and there's like this bit of a wail.
I would say that because of weapon mastery, it has the topple feature, so unless there's some other feature with the ice wraith, I can force it to make a constitution of 8 plus my attack strength, and if it fails, it falls prone.
Okay, I'm just checking if there's immune, poison, grapple. So it is conditions are immune to charmed, exhaustion, frightened, poisoned, grappled, prone, and restrained.
Okay, so it's immune. You're fine.
Yeah, sorry.
The trident just stuck there.
Yeah, it's stuck straight in this ice wraith's shoulder, and it's looking down, and it's grabbed it, and it's just like looked straight back at you, and just gone. Okay.
And that ends my turn.
That's Kyra. So we got Zix, and then Boo, you're up after Zix.
So Zix takes another vial. It's shaking. It's bubbling. It's gurgling. It's changing colors. There's all sorts of different colors going on. He just looks at it and goes, "Shh, it'll be okay. It's okay. It's okay." And just lobs this thing over at the wraith. So we've got a very lovely 23 for that one.
23 hits.
Nice.
Sweet. So we'll roll the 2 d8s first, and I'll say, I guess, I don't know how we're going to do it, but I'll say the lowest one will be the element.
Okay,
I guess.
yeah.
No,
that makes sense.
So that 2. So that's 11 so far. 2 will be cold, so that could be interesting.
That could be interesting.
11 cold damage. It's
Yeah.
resistant to cold,
6.
so it's
Yeah.
6.
So,
Oh my godness! So it takes
well,
this
actually,
vial. Oh, go on.
in total, I guess the damage would be
If it's more than 7,
11, 12, 13, 14,
17.
16, 17. 17 damage in total. However, it is cold damage on a cold wraith. So
so how much in
if
total?
it's resistant to cold, 17.
Yeah, but that's only half, isn't it?
So 8.
8.
So it'd be 8. So
Yeah,
it's more
yeah.
than 7. So you've thrown this vial and it's smashed, and even though it doesn't take full effect, it's almost like if you've seen that Harry Potter
glass.
scene where all the glass shards come through, and it's just come through this ice wraith and dissipated and starts wailing. Can you roll me, Zix, a D100 and do that thing? As I've just rolled this, and the DC I
boy.
set, as every attack you were rolling, I was rolling a D20, and I set it slightly lower than a 20, and it's just come in.
You're all good, all good. Okay, so Zix starts sort of like frantically laughing, gets sort of overpowered in this sort of like, I guess, purpley sort of energy that courses through him. And he's just going absolutely mental, just no idea what's going on, making noises that are unheard of Zix even. And he rolls a D100.
I'm so interested in these because I hadn't even read them all.
Yeah.
Rolls a D100.
This is that chaos thing. I
for-
love it. I love this shit.
for 98, which
Ooh.
What the hell is that?
is so here we go. So I roll 1d6 and there is an effect that comes off of a d6. So
Nice.
while he is manically laughing,
That's what I got
we
for-
find out what happens. So that's a 3. So on a 3, I regain my lowest level expended spell slot.
Oh,
So
Nice.
that's kind of nice.
Perfect.
Basically casted that one for free.
Perfect.
That's cool.
So yeah, he's just sort of frazzling, like all this nonsense going on.
Like he's grabbing a little
Um,
electric fence.
Yeah. And he's just like fried out, and to be honest, just almost RP like just falls down to one knee, panting. Like,
Yo, man, you okay, man?
he's still going. He's still
Still going.
frying.
Looking loon. Right. So perfect. So as you guys have got through this cavern, you've dissipated these ice wraiths, and all goes quiet in this cavern. I'll go back to this a minute. Sorry, bear with. So I'm going to flick back to that. So, as the last embers of the fires that you guys have been casting, and it dies away. It's still a chill, still cold. You still feel this cold. However, it's eerily quiet. There's no humming. There's no wailing. It's gone eerily quiet. All the ice wraith material has sort of dispersed into the floors and the rocks and the walls around you. Yeah, you are in a quiet hallway outside of any wraith range. Over to you guys.
So Zix has no recollection of what happened in the last turn, essentially. That is completely. He's just
What? There were blue glowy things, and now the blue glowies are gone. I guess it worked.
Okay, the question is do we push forward into the northern area where we've just experienced this area, the some of the denizens of the area, or do we venture south down this other corridor.
So
You carry on, and you find 20 more apes.
yeah. Ice Wraith 16, 17, 18. No,
18
you got
and 37.
you got. I haven't got enough tokens, and I got my book writing it all out. I don't think I got enough lines for that many. So what you would have seen, and you've probably seen from that VTT part, where you look up to the other ice wraith, where Kyra was smashing the hell out of one of them and dropping that warhammer down through, and it's sort of steaming up. You'll see like a smallish archway, or sort of half crumbled, that disappears off into the darkness, and then off to your sort of other side, the opposite end, you'll see more of a cavernous approach. So it turns for more of man-made or dwarven-made walls into more natural stone, if you like.
So use my navigation tools. Now can I determine which way to go is the right way? Where we need to go?
There is no right way at the moment.
Yeah.
So
It's, it's completely up to you, Boo.
The explorer and me, outside of Zix, would like to leave no page unturned. It'd be nice to see what's down the cavern way, but the other way does look pretty forty to me.
So which way you say? North, south.
Well, I believe we're supposed to be looking for Kazrek Hold, aren't we? So maybe we go find these rocks. These rocks and structures. They look a little bit holdy to me. I say we carry on forwards.
Which way is forward, man? North or south?
He points towards the stairs and all the ruins, and
The north
That
points to
way.
you.
because he's exhausted. Yeah, he's exhausted.
Fair enough. We travel north.
Okay.
North it is.
I'm assuming Kyrie, you're following. You're not. You can go rogue and disappear off into the cavern, or you.
Absolutely north.
So
Follows.
So who's just out of interest? Who's leading this party as you travel through these caverns? Boo, you're
Zix is
heading off.
dragging his toes at this point.
Yeah.
He's pretty haggard, so I think he's going to
Okay.
be towards the back.
So
He's sort of.
bringing up the rear. You'll have Boo, Kyra,
Kyra will be
Eli,
in the
sort
middle.
of two abreast, yeah, and then Zix sort of dragging heels at the back. Okay.
Yeah.
So Boo, can you roll me a perception check? Got five, yeah. Okay.
unfortunate.
So you notice more with a 5. It's quite unclear, but you notice more of the runes as you saw in the previous large cavernous corridor that you came through. More runes about the history. Should I just call it that? The history of the hold. The Kazrek Hold. So yeah, as you're walking through, Boo, you see this. Eli and Kyra and Zix, you're sort of just head down and sort of trying to recover from and heavy breathing. And you walk up, and you see a couple of skirt off to the side sort of corridors, but you notice there's nothing. They're just sort of fairly blank corridors. One of them opens up that with your 60-foot of dark vision, you can probably make. I know it's not clear with dark vision, but you could probably make out that it's nothing too much in there. There's sort of just more ruins and a bit of a broken forge from previous. And you come across a rather large stone door. And it's a circular stone door with obviously runes in and around it.
Excuse me.
You got any opening crevices or hinges or handles or anything?
If you roll me investigation, I think. Investigation check. Eight. Okay, so there's no handles. There's no crevices or openings that are obvious. You do notice more of the runes, and particularly 4 runes that are more prominent than others at, well, what would be your afro height. No, well, no, it's probably a little bit lower because it's dwarven, isn't it? So there would be sort of your shoulder height, I would say, 4 more prominent runes than the rest of them.
Any runes we've seen before coming?
They're similar to the ones in. I can't. It's difficult with an 8, but you recognise a lot of the runes, or these 4 particular runes that from the very first corridor that you were reading this timeline. You recognise 4 of them.
Gentlemen, do we enter? Can you help find the opening? Or do we go back the other way?
That's right up my alley. I shall investigate for any. I don't read dwarven. Does anybody read dwarven by chance?
Not me.
Okay.
6 can barely read, let alone any of us.
Yeah. That's right.
So in this case, I will search for any possible there are no key locks in the literal definition. There's nothing for me to pick, right?
No.
Okay.
It's quite obvious. I'm not going to make you roll, but no, you won't.
No,
you don't
okay.
see any obvious. There's a
Right.
big key, and I'm going to put a big iron key in a hole. No.
Yeah.
What happens?
Yeah.
What happens
all right.
if-
So
Oh, go on, Kyra.
I'm going to investigate the runes,
Okay.
and could I leverage a roll, like an Arcana check or something, to see if I could discern what the runes mean?
Yes. So if you roll an investigation, Kyra,
Okay.
while Eli's doing that, did you want to do something specific, or?
Kyra is just going to touch one of the runes and see what happens.
Oh, okay. So with a 23, as you're inspecting Eli, so you have, with the 23, I'll let you two have this, where Eli, you notice the 4 of the runes are a bit less, a bit more, what's the word? Used, or
Are they worn down?
yes, than the others.
Okay.
They're sticking out of the face of this door more than the others, and they're worn.
As if they've been
correct. Yeah.
correct.
And Kyra, so you have 4 left to right in a row. Just for my out of interest, I have to go back to my notes now. Which one are you touching?
Far right.
Far right. Let's do this then. Okay. So, can you roll me? Oh, fuck, I didn't expect you to just go up and touch it. Can you roll me a dexterity saving throw, please?
Or that
Kyra's
happens, I
up.
step back 30 feet 1 inch.
Oh,
Has
dear.
Bless worn out?
Yes, sorry. That's all gone. No more blessed. Oh, you fucking
Yeah, that's
bastard.
all
Natural
gone.
20.
Nice.
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 So, as you touch the rune, it glows a bluey, turquoisey kind of. It a bit like one of Zix's potions, where it goes in between dark blue, light blue, and it just almost puffs, and you get this cold sensation in your hand, and you sort of jump back a bit. That was the far right. Did you say the far right?
Yes, far right.
Yeah. Okay.
So Zix, in his chaotic nature, sees this happen.
Oh, here we
And-
go.
Oh, fucking hell.
Zix wants a bit of the action too. So
I gotta watch
Zix
this.
is gonna run up and go. Zix is gonna run. I want to go. I want to go. And he hits number 2, I guess, from
Oh,
left
shit,
to right.
Hang on. So number 2. So you hit far right. You hit number 2. Can you make me a dexterity saving throw?
Oh shit! I can. I don't want to, but I can. Hang on. Let me find my gubbins. Dexterity.
Oh, you
Nice.
bastard. Yeah, okay, so you have the same. It glows, it gets a little zappy coldness, and you pull your hand away. And you sort of shake your hand a little bit like, well.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Um,
Again.
you were inspecting the runes, weren't you, Eli?
I was actually
And you
expecting
got
him.
quite a high roll, as I remember, wasn't it? It was like a 20.
I rolled a
something.
23
Yeah.
when I was investigating him.
So as these lunatics are just throwing hands at runes, you recognise that these 4 were part of this timeline, and as because I think you got quite high perception in that in the main corridor, didn't you? When Boo,
I don't remember, but I
Boo
believe
was
it
really,
was.
yeah, because I think Kyra
Yeah,
was the
it
only
was
one that was just not
yeah.
really paying attention.
Right.
So you recognise these 4 runes, and you recognise these 4 runes as part of the storyboard that was in the original cavern. And
Okay.
you recall that these runes, and I don't know if you remember how I explained that the Kazrek Hold was storyboard
I'm
played
trying.
out.
They represent either events or I want to say dates in or something along that lines in the.
Events, yeah. So
Yeah, I'm
if
gonna
you
say
roll me
that-
a history check just to try and
Okay,
recall, and then if you
yeah.
get high enough, I'll set the DC at reasonably sort of 13. If you get
I don't recall. I recall them being events, but I don't recall what.
which order.
This is how
these
I'm going to
events-
play this a little bit. I recall. Okay, okay, but I don't recall the order in which the
Which you
events
saw them. I
take
did-
place.
I did say the order, but I will say what you see on the runes, and if you get the order, great. So, the runes, as you inspect them, you look across and you see a hammer type rune effect. It's not dwarven, so when it's not, even if you didn't read dwarven, you'd be able to tell that this was a hammer. It's an ornate type rune hammer, and it's the same for
So
the
more
rest of them.
symbolism than
More
language.
symbol than more
Okay.
symbol than language. Sorry, yes.
Okay.
You see a hammer, you see a snowflake, you see a mountain, and you see a flame.
On 2 and 4.
Interesting. Not 2
Yeah.
and 4. 2 and 4 are a little bit fuzzy.
A little bit zappy.
Is this
Yeah.
a sequence that we have to do, or do we
Yeah,
have
and that's
to
why it's a combination lock of some sort. That's what I'm trying to figure out. And me,
Can
a
I
player,
cast,
I am not very good at puzzles. So
Can I cast dispel magic? I mean, detect magic.
Yes,
Ooh.
you can. Is it a
Good call.
cantrip or is it a
no, it's a
first
spell.
level? Yeah. So can you just
Let's
read out just so you can you can click the actual spell name and it'll give you a description on the right, just so I know what you're looking for or what it's going to give you.
For the duration, you sense a presence of magical effects within 30 feet of yourself.
Mhm.
If you sense such effects, you can take the magic action to see a faint aura around any
yeah.
vehicle,
So yeah, as you cast this,
creature, or object in the area.
so as you cast this, I am assuming only you see this. So you see this big circular door, and again, it's 20 feet high, it's 20 feet wide. Big circular door. You cast this detect magic, and you sort of raise your hand up, and you sort of raise your other hand up, and you're looking around this big door. You're tiny. Obviously, this door's huge. So you're looking around it, and this door, just to you, Boo, this door starts glowing, and it starts flickering, almost like water effect, an ice and a water, like a ripple effect. And you see the whole door go, just the door, not the surround. And then as you look around, on your, like I said, your shoulder height, you see the 4 runes glow, and they're glowing slightly brighter than the door. And then that's all you see.
So which ones have been touched?
Well, fucking all of them at the moment. They just start
Yeah,
throwing
all of them so far.
2 and 4.
2 and 4 have been
So
touched.
one of them has to be first.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. As I say, it's it's a puzzle, and I'm not very good at it myself.
So
Oh,
what was
what was the first
order
one?
from left to
Hammer?
right? Yeah.
Hammer, snowflake,
Ice.
mountain.
Fire.
Hammer.
Yeah.
Fire.
So my guess, honestly, like a straight stab, my guess would be mountain, hammer. No, mountain, fire, hammer, ice.
Okay.
Because you've got the mountain that starts the whole thing. You've
The
got
volcanic eruption.
hammer, the interactions of the people. You got fire. I would assume it was hot before the cold. That's my only assumptions.
Okay.
So,
Kyra,
okay, I'll let you do your thing. Go on.
I was gonna say Kyra snaps her fingers and the raven appears again. So instead of taking a chance, you guys want? We're gonna let the raven tap these runes. Kyra
Raven
six.
burst into
Sure, why
flames.
not? I'm good with that.
So 50-50, hammer or mountain.
Which you have to tell me which ones you're hitting first, in which order.
I'm letting Eli choose since he's got the high roll.
Nice.
I would say touch the mountain first.
Okay. I telepathically tell my raven to touch the mountain.
Okay, you touch the raven, sits on your shoulder, squawks a little bit, looks at you. Obviously, you're trying to
Yeah,
telepathically
go
say
ahead,
once
go
you're like really nervous raven, like, oh fuck. Sort of slowly flaps
You want that one?
up to the mountain. just for my information, where are you all stood at this point?
I
On the
am
map, I
Feet
suppose.
and 1 inch back.
30 feet, 1 inch back. I'm looking at it. I'm back about as far as I can go. As far as I can go.
I'm back as fuck.
Back as fuck. BAF.
I'm not even gonna lie. I'm up whoever was at the door. I'm up there.
You're right
Right
next
there
to the
by-
door, Boo, are you?
We all step back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Boo's like-
we all are kind of. All right, so
Boo's like,
Hang
what
on
are
one
you
second.
guys doing? What's happening? Why are you doing this?
We're all like in the
Raven to
vicinity of the
mountain.
door, right? I imagine
So-
we're all sort of crowded around this door.
Yes.
that's the door there.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so you all stood around
Yeah.
30 feet back. The raven
Wow.
goes up, flaps up, takes a little sort of, it's almost like a little robin kind of effect where it's sort of flapping side to side a little bit daintily, goes up and sort of just taps the rune with the beak, and it just starts glowing. Starts going a blue, like a tranquil blue, and nothing happens other than the glow. There's no zap, there's no dead raven, there's no puff of feathers, there's a glow.
I would go.
So that's number 1.
Number 1.
So
That was
mountain.
Mount.
Mountain
The
was
next one
first.
is either fire or hammer.
I would go. I think I'd go fire next.
Okay.
Kyra concur.
Telepathically instruct the raven to tap fire.
Are you sure?
Zick just hands on his hips, just looking at the door like.
Maybe more fire can get through this if I throw a thing at it. So, as you tell Kyra, as you tell your raven telepathically, it sort of looks back at you with what a raven would be discerned kind of oh shit face, and sort of flickers, a couple of feet, a foot or so, sorry, to the right. Taps the flame. Did you say?
Yes.
Yeah.
Flame.
taps the flame. Again, faint glow. You're all more than 10 feet back, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it glows
Nah.
again. No puff of feathers, no dead raven. It's all good. Tranquil, serene.
The
glow.
bird's just breathing heavily now.
Zix has
have
just
Okay.
like got the
2 more
glow
runes
of
left.
the runes in his goggles.
Hammered in the ice, right?
I would
Hammer
do
or
the
ice?
hammer. Yeah, I'd do the hammer next.
Okay.
Okay.
And same
Agree, yeah.
again. Raven
Yep. Raven goes.
taps the hammer. For expediency's sake, the glow goes along to the snowflake, taps, glow, and then you have a big rumble, and it starts
Nice.
shaking, and the
God, I figured this puzzle out pretty well.
the door starts rolling, and it rolls to its left. The raven flickers back to your shoulder, Kyra, and sits on your shoulder. And this big stone door just starts and just rolls out to the left, and you get this almost sense of warmth rush as the door opens. This big circular sort of rolling door, and a big waft of warmth just passes through you four.
Ah,
Yeah, Zix's leg just starts shaking like a dog. Like, whoa,
that's unbelievable.
comfy.
It's dark.
Booty head
It's
starts walking.
Yeah.
yeah. You guys going through?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't believe I figured that. I can't believe I figured that out.
Nice.
I suck at puzzles, big time.
So as you walk past the runes, Eli, you remember. So you remember the sequence of the
Mhm.
timeline in the original corridor, and it's the first where the dwarves carved their home in the mountain thousands of years ago. Mountain. The second
yeah.
where they ignited the forges and unleashing the flame of creation. Flame. The third, with a steadfast determination, they hammered out their destiny, carving their swords, shields, and armor. And the fourth, and the chill of the high peaks that sealed their legacy, the snowflake.
Yep. That's kind of what I was going with.
And as you walk through, you see a large chamber. When I say large, it's probably 20 feet square, and it's very warm and reassuring, and you get this sense of safety and sense of relief almost. As Zix, you've sort of recovered from your shaky chaos vials,
Yeah.
and Boo, you get a very chill. Your hands start to feel a bit better as you're Hadouken in fire into ice wraiths, and Eli, you get this sense of calm and coolness from the previous encounters, and Kyra, you sort of meander through with your 6 foot something 2 horns, and you sort of your fire. I guess you would have pulled the trident back. And your warhammer is now a sort of a very serene sense of it's done its job for now. And you walk into this room, and it's fairly dim lit. So there's some sconchy type effects, arcana type sconches surrounding the room. It's a low, dim affair, and it's quite warm. That's all you see for now.
Does this have a
Here's the forecast
the
for
calming
tomorrow.
effect?
Look
Does
for the
this?
next sun with a high of 84 degrees Fahrenheit. and a low
Somebody's
of
getting a
60
weather
degrees.
report.
Somebody's getting a weather report. Wow!
So
It's
in this
84
room,
degrees in here.
In this
Nice.
room is 84 degrees, and
Alexa, how warm is the cavern?
Do I get a sense of a religious calming or some sort of spiritual calming? Not religious, but spiritual calming in this area?
No. I will
Okay.
say straight off the bat without rolling, no, you don't get a sense of spiritual calming. You just get a sense of this is once where dwarves of old would have come for sanctuary, really, more
Okay.
than any arcana, magical type, spiritual.
Right,
type
and
affair.
that's kind of what I was. It may
Yeah.
not necessarily be a place of. It's maybe it may have been at one point a shrine or a place of worship for the dwarves or
Yeah.
something along that lines. Okay.
So you do see some stone sort of table type effects. You see sort of wooden smashed up furniture on to one side. Same as on the other side, you see a wardrobe type thing smashed up and some storage boxes that seem better days. But you're sort of now stood. All four of you are now stood sort of 5 feet within this room.
Okay. Be it dimly lit, I am not able to see any details. Can any of you make
Walk
out?
further in.
Well, and that's what I'm doing. As we're walking in, I'm like, okay, is there any further details that you guys can pick up? Doors, windows.
Can I perceive
Trying to see.
the room?
Okay,
Dark vision.
so Boo and Zix, if you both roll me a perception check.
Do it.
Do it.
I was gonna let her
Just-
hammer. Just use it as a torch so he like.
Let's do it, man.
It's very
Nice.
considerate.
Thank you.
Say again, Boo.
Nah.
So Zix, that was you, and it's 16.
16.
And Boo. So, Boo, you just see the similar to Eli and Kyra. You just see the smashed up furniture and the rotted out wardrobes and tables and things like that. It's almost like there was sort of some feasting or eating that was going on here at some point hundreds of years ago. That's kind of the vibe we're getting. Zix, what you see with your 16 is you see one of the smashed up crates. You see a sort of a satchel or bag sort of hanging out the side, and you see things like sort of there's some old bones next to it. They look to be dwarven. There's some cobwebs everywhere, so it's a very old. No one's been here for quite some time. You see some various bits of old really tattered armor. You see a dusty old shield in the corner. And yeah, that's what you see.
So Zix just turns around and sort of says, come, and goes on all fours and kind of just really goblin-esque goes over to what he believes is some form of loot. Whether it is or not, we'll find out. But yeah, he's sort of beckoning everyone to come in because he's pretty chuffed because he thinks he's found loot. The
Okay.
goblin that he is, he's all over it.
So as you scurry over, the other three of you sort of follow Zix as he's crawling over, a bit Gollum-esque, over to this crate with this sort of satchel hanging out the side, and you manage to sort of it's a battered crate, so you don't need to pry anything open or anything. Sort of reach round and grab this satchel out. And yeah, you now have in your hand a fairly large backpack. It's quite even for a dwarven. It's quite big. It's like the only way I can describe it. Jin's survival bag. It's like
Yeah.
that. So it's a woven kind of Hessian-esque kind of bag, fairly large.
Okay.
So Boo Woody wants to know is just like, what are the crates made out of?
The crates, they're just sort of old, sort of wood rotted kind of crates. Some are smashed up. Others are completely disintegrated and spread across the floor. There's a table missing a leg that's now sort of crashed out on one side. There's some stone and wooden plates and tankards and stuff smashed out on the floor. There's in the center. There's a bit of a stone table where it looks like maybe there's some plates and tankards and almost like where maybe a big hog would have been at one time on a platter, that kind of affair. That's what you're getting.
So looking at the breaks in the crate, you could tell if it's a fresh spray or if it's been sitting a long time, because it'll have the same dust on the outside of whatever material as it would with a
Very
break
good
in.
point. Very good point. If you roll me an investigation, I know what you're getting at. Roll me an investigation check.
Oh, I got some. Let's go. Go.
That investigation? 23. Perfect.
Nice.
Nice. So there is no obvious signs of recent activity. The bag that Jix pulled out of this crate is covered in cobwebs. The crate dust is consistent all the way around it, in it, on top of it. There's no recent signs of activity here. This is a 300-year-old sort of, not, I don't want to say banquet hall, but it's just somewhere where certain dwarf communities would have come to congregate, to feast, to talk, to rest as a bit of a sanctuary. But yeah, with the 23, yes, it's consistent. There's no recent signs of activity like someone's just planted a bag there. This is an old bag.
So it wouldn't be no.
Old
So what is the floor made out of?
It's all stone.
Stone.
Yeah, stone
Cool.
floor. Again, with your, I know it's intimidation, but I'll let you off instead of investigation. I is right next to each other, but don't worry about it.
Intimidated the box.
Yeah, intimidate this motherfucking box. You tell me where you've been. No, so with the perceptions with Zix as well, as you would have walked through, you would have seen these battered armor hanging up, and this particular shield would have been to one side. It's cobwebbed, but it looks like it would have done a job back in the day. But now Zix, you've got this satchel, this bag, large bag in your hand, and you sort of dust it off, and
May I peer inside?
you may peer inside. Everybody roll. No, I'm joking. It just
All right.
explodes with ice.
Yeah.
No,
It's
so
a mimic. Lol.
Ice Red 5.
inside you find a tin of, and as you pull out this tin, it's thick blue tinted kind of salve in this dwarven forged container. It's kind of like a grease type size tin. You find a pendant. You find 3 loaves of bread. Now, weirdly, even though this has been here hundreds of years, this is dwarven stone bread. So this is a thick, brick-like loaf, and it's almost enchanted to preserve itself indefinitely. It's very dense, very heavy, thick bread. And you find a flask of swirling blue silver liquid.
I wouldn't mind finding out what the hell the swirling liquid is, but I don't want to drink
I
it.
thought you might.
I'm not that mental.
Okay. How are you?
So-
Who goes and inspects the shield?
You going to inspect the shield?
Knowing dwarves, they make some good armor and weapons.
You are bloody right about that. We will come straight back to that, Boo. So, you're looking at this flask of swirling blue liquid, yeah?
Yeah, I kind of want to look at it with some form of magical alchemy expertise of some description.
Okay.
I'm looking at trying to derive what the substance is, if
So,
possible.
roll me a straight investigation check. Not an intimidation,
Not
because
intimidation.
you're not intimidating this goddamn
Are
flask.
you sure you don't want to intimidate it?
Shakes the.
What? Who are you? Where is she?
Tell me what you've done with her.
17.
Perfect. DC was 13. Easy. We're rocking this. So, you see a flask containing this swirling blue silver liquid, and it is you know it as glacial oil. Now, you remember it because of your crazy concoction making background, that when you pour it onto a weapon or armor, it shimmers with this icy power. And then when applied to a weapon, it deals. I don't know if you want to write this down. You can hand it out as you wish, but applied to a weapon, it deals an extra 1d4 of cold damage. When applied to armor, it grants resistance to cold damage.
Ooh, nice.
It's one flask, one application.
How long does it last? The resistance or the extra damage?
So the resistance, the extra damage is 1 minute. The resistance is 10 minutes. I can put all this in our chat for later on.
So Zix, obviously, after knowing that and finding out, he just sort of raises the glass and goes,
Shimmery blue goo. I think you might find this useful, weapon users. Add it to your weapon, and you'll make them all chilly. Put them on your armor, and you'll be warmer. I'll keep it on my person, but if anyone wants it, I'll throw it your way. That's if you catch it.
Oh yeah, if it explodes in your face.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Good plan, man.
So you got the pendant, the tin of something, and
Yeah.
the 3 stone bread, dwarven stone bread.
I've got it all in my. I
Mint.
don't know.
Who was that?
Oh, nice. The duck.
Oh, Bo, you legend.
Dude,
God, I
Bo,
missed
he's a
talking
legend.
to him. What a hero. I love you, Bo.
I guess we don't really need
That's
the
my boy.
backpack unless anyone wants the backpack. Like, carry on. But I'm gonna put the contents within my person. It's, if anyone wants any of that stuff. you're
Okay.
more
Let me
welcome,
look
but
at the
I'm gonna-
necklace, man.
necklace. Yeah. Zix goes, "Oh, what, this silly thing?" And he's just holding it, dangling it, and swinging it like this in front of Bo.
Bo, do you
Cast
wanna
detect
have a
magic?
look at it?
Yeah, cast detect magic.
Okay. As you cast detect magic, you see it radiating this faint heat, and it glows in the darkness, or in the dimly lit light. You see it glow. As you cast detect magic, you know that this is forged by the Ember Mantle clan. This pendant contains a small coal in the pendant that never cools, and it radiates this heat. And you know that while wearing this pendant, the wearer may activate it once per long rest to regain 1d8 of your HP. Only once per day.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Very useful.
Okay.
So I explain that.
Okay.
Say again, Boo. You want me to explain it again?
Boo says, "Hey, man, this seed right here, man. This is good magic. This is good magic."
This is good magic. Okay. So you got a tin of something, Zix, and your 3 stone breads.
Some strong bread, man. Eat some bread, man.
Is there a history check or something I can leverage for the stone bread? Does a stone bread... What I'm trying to find out is it a... For lack of a better way to describe it, is it like a good berry thing where if you eat some of it, you...
Yeah.
And I'm trying to like do that in like a history check
I
of
know
some
what
sort.
you're trying to do. Yeah, so roll me... Oh, I haven't got the stats up. Roll me a... Just roll me a straight investigation, as you sort of grab one of the loaves of this stone bread. It's going to be
12.
a pretty low DC. What did you write? 12.
12.
Fine. So as you pick up this bread, you know it from, you've probably seen it handed around the tavern, the Frosted Anvil, where you previously were, but it's common stone bread. It's sturdy, but it has some magical elements to it. It's like a brick-like loaf, and it's enchanted, like I said, to preserve it indefinitely. It's very dense, but it does provide, it does provide some restoration, and eating one of these will give you 1d6 of HP.
Very
Is
nice.
it a loaf or a piece?
The loaf gives you, so you can eat a loaf
Okay.
each. There's 3 loaves, and it's 1d6 of HP.
1d6. Cool.
And then, obviously, you have the tin, Zix, and Boo, I think you were investigating a shield. So if you roll me
Yes.
an investigation check, just to see what this shield does.
Music's very nice, very chill.
Cool, isn't it? Sorry, I don't have one on it. 16, perfect. Okay, so Boo, as you walk up to this rusty old shield, you manage to reach quite up past your afro and unhook this shield, and you sort of dust it down and blow all the cobwebs off, and you do recognise this is one of the dwarven forged shields from past, and you notice it as the Sentinel's buckler. It's a shield. And this dwarven forged small shield bears the crest of the Kazrek Hold that you've recognised from the runes and things, and it does resonate with the runes, and it grants +1 to AC.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So as you guys are inspecting this, you do notice one of the other doors off to the opposite side that you came in, the big stone door, and you do hear a slight rumble in the mountain as the mountain sort of shifts as you're inspecting these items. It kind of rumbles, shifts, and almost like a tremor, and it echoes through the caverns, through the room you're in, and out the other side. So you know it's coming from the opposing door to where you came in. And the rumble starts to get a little bit more, and a little bit more, and you're sort of a little bit off balance and staggering a little bit, and then it settles. And you sort of look at each other and realise maybe what some of old Grig's tales were telling you, and your recollection of the Watcher and Thrasgul and the Watcher of the Deep may in fact be residing inside this mountain. So
There may be some truth to the rumors.
maybe truth
I've
to
heard.
old Grig's rumours. And given the time, gentlemen, I think we'll call it there. And
Sounds good.
thank you. And we shall pick
I
it
am
up
all
in a
for
session
a
2.
second part. Yeah, I am all for a second part.
You have your little room of comfort, shall we say, with some cool little items. Maybe you hand them round, maybe you don't. Maybe Zix is selfish and keeps his loaves of bread and runs off. You have a shield, and
hoarder.
I'll put these items in the Discord, so you'll be able to see what you've got exactly.
Great.
You can dish them out as you see. But yeah, you are sat in your little
Excuse me.
sanctuary for now. And whether you decide to press on or go back and report back to Dinah, no, what's her name? Dina. I can't remember my own NPC's name now.
I know, I hate
know.
that. As a DM, I hate that when I can't remember
I
my,
was
my
like, oh,
NPC
shit.
names.
I've got so many tabs on my
Brina.
notes. Brina, that's it. Thank you, Boo. Brina.
Rena.
Yeah, Brina Boo remembers. So yes,
Yeah, I
you're
wrote it
sat
down,
here.
Brina.
We will thrash out a session 2, and we'll get some dates. But yeah, Appreciate it, guys.
Sounds
Hope
good.
you enjoyed it.
Thanks, 50, for running.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Had a great
Thanks
time.
everybody
no
who
problem.
joined.
Thank you very
Check
much.
out the stream.
Made it
Hey,
Yep.
check out Nerdz D&D on YouTube, on Discord
Exactly.
here.
Yep.
Yeah,
So this
check out all
session
the-
will
all
go
the
up
stuff.
if you've missed it. This session will go up on YouTube. You can rewatch it. You can catch up, etc. So, but yeah, appreciate it,
Yeah.
guys.
Appreciate the
I
guest
made it
starring
to the
role.
big
Appreciate it.
table, mama.
Boo wooed in his afro.
Yep.
Cheers, guys.
All right, we'll see you soon.
Thank you
Thanks,
very
guys.
much, guys.
Bye.
Shadows rise, the dice are cast, legends forged in echoes past. Steel and spell, the fates entwine, bound by oath and arcane sign. Roll the dice, the stars ignite, heroes rise to claim the night. Blade and fire, storm and steel, stand together, fate is real. Through the dark, the path unknown, whispers call from ancient stone. Trials test the strong and wise. Will you fall or will you rise? Battle cries, the clash of war. Thunder cracks, one row, one more. Destiny calls, hear the sound. Steady your ground, don't back down. Roll the dice, the stars ignite. Heroes rise to claim the night. Victory or death untold. Dare you chase the tales of old? The adventure begins. The adventure The adventure begins. Shadows rise, the dice are cast, legends forged in echoes past. Steel and spell, the fates entwine, bound by oath and arcane sign. Roll the dice, the stars ignite, heroes rise to claim the night. Blade and fire, storm and steel, stand together, fate is real. Through the dark, the path unknown, whispers call from ancient stone. Trials test the strong and wise. Will you fall